You may be seated. You can remain seated. I need to go get one more thing.
With the computer screen or the TV screen? Some haloing going on.
Counsel approach for just a minute.
having a little bit of a color issue with the TV.
Attorney Smith, you can see that. Attorney Brooks, you can see that from where you are.
I'm gonna go up on there.
Somewhat, I may actually eat over
That-
here.
That's fine. I can't see it, so if there's an issue, you need to draw it to the court's attention.
Your Honor, if you wish, that's why we did bring the second one. Instead of that one just submitted. It's a very quick plug-in so that you'll be able to see what we're looking back to.
That would be fine. Yeah, thank you. Attorney Agati, if it's not easy, just shut it down. It's fine. We'll deal with it on the break and as we go.
Thank you, apologies.
That's okay. All right, if we're ready, I would like to bring in the jurors. Attorney Knowles?
Ready, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All rise for the jurors, please.
All rise for the jury.
You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As I said to you yesterday, we hoped and planned that we would begin with opening statements this morning, and that's exactly where we are. So when the state is ready.
Thank you. Where is Harmony Montgomery? Where is Harmony? When people across this nation, from Florida all the way up to Alaska and everywhere in between, were looking for Harmony, there's one person who is not. One person. The one person who should have been looking for Harmony was not. Her biological father, that defendant that you saw 2 days ago, he wasn't looking for her, and in fact, he was hoping that she wouldn't be found. His concern was not with finding this innocent 5-year-old girl. His concern was that she would be found, and that his heinous and depraved actions would be brought to light. That's because he was the only person in this world who knows where Harmony is, who knows where her body is, and he was hoping that she would never be found. The one person, the one and only person who murdered Harmony, who butchered her body, and who disposed of her like yesterday's trash. This case is about Harmony Montgomery. I don't want that to get lost as we progress throughout this lengthy trial. This case is about Harmony Montgomery, but it's also about the defendant, his actions, his rage, his brutality, and his escalation in violence. The murder of Harmony Montgomery, that was just the beginning of the depraved actions of this defendant and what this case is all about. It's about a man who, for 2 years, evaded apprehension, didn't have to answer for his crimes, had no appreciation or concern about Harmony being missing because he already knew she was dead. For 2 years before the Manchester Police Department initiated their search for Harmony Montgomery, that man got away with murder. His only concern, other than Harmony's body being found, was to keep his wife, Kayla Montgomery, from coming in here and telling you all what he did to her. His heinous actions, his cover-up, what she witnessed. For 2 years, he got away with butchering a 5-year-old girl. And that defendant made sure that Harmony would never be found, that she'd be gone without a trace. You'll see, he believed that if there was no body, there could be no evidence of the horrible things that he did to her, and he would get away with it. And so he went to great lengths to cover up his crime, to cover up beating Harmony to death for a bathroom accident. He went to great lengths to cover up his conduct. Beating Harmony to death because she soiled herself. And he thought that if he destroyed the evidence, what remained of Harmony, if he destroyed Harmony, he could never be charged. He was careless in this meticulous cover-up. He made mistakes. We're going to hear about those mistakes because it's evidence of his crimes. It's evidence of what he did. So let's talk about the evidence in this case. On December 7th, 2019, the defendant beat Harmony to death because she had a bathroom accident, something she had no control over. She'd peed her pants, and he murdered her in a series of attacks, of brutal strikes that began that morning in the car that she was living out of and ended in the Burger King parking lot that you all saw yesterday on The View. He carried her body with him for months. For months he carried her body, and he discarded her with zero appreciation for the life that he'd taken, just a fear of being caught. And in the months that followed, he beat, he injured, he terrorized the only witness to his crime, the only person that could come in here and tell you what he did. She was his loose end, Kayla Montgomery, his wife. He conditioned Kayla through force and through threats with the purpose of making sure that she would never come in here and tell you what she'd seen, what he did. Beating Harmony to death for another accident, destroying her body, freezing her, thawing her, squeezing the liquid out of her, compressing her body into a bag like this one. Compressing her body into a bag like this one and filling it with lime to further decompose her. Unspeakable things. And this is what he did to the only witness he left alive. She was beaten, she was conditioned, and she was living in fear. She was in a nightmare with no end, while he dragged around Harmony's body for months. And I want to pause here for just a moment. I want to thank all of you for being here. This is going to be a lengthy trial. You're going to hear many difficult things. That's not lost on us. It's not lost on the attorneys that are in this case. So thank you for taking the time out of your lives to come here and listen to the evidence, to judge the evidence. It's necessary. It's a necessary function. And if you listen to the evidence, if you keep an open mind, and if you follow Judge Messer's instructions, you'll understand the timeline of Harmony's death, of the cover-up. You'll understand the horrible things that that defendant did, why he assaulted, why he murdered, why he terrorized. And after he was done with all of this, why he destroyed evidence, why he lied, why he blocked his friends and family, why he manipulated his wife into doing terrible things to hide his crime, to hide the victim that he'd murdered. So let's talk about the victim that he murdered, the victim that he made sure couldn't come into this courtroom and tell you the horrible things that he did to her. Her name is Harmony Montgomery. And there are 4 descriptions that you're going to hear of Harmony during the course of this trial, some of them horrible. Harmony was born to the defendant, Adam Montgomery, and her mother, Crystal Sorey. She was born on June 7th of 2014. She was a daughter. She was a sister. She was a Minnie Mouse fan. She was a fun-loving girl that loved being a big sister. She was just 5 years old when the defendant brutally murdered her. During the course of her brief life, she was a fun-loving girl. She was someone that defied all odds. She spent most of her life with Tim and Michelle Rafferty, her foster parents, who she called Daddy and Mommy Michelle. And those odds that she defied. When Michelle Rafferty, when Tim and Michelle got Harmony, when they got custody of her, she was just 2 months old. And Michelle was told she's not going to live past 7 months. Told that she had learning disabilities. And still you'll hear that Harmony was an intelligent girl. She was a curious child. She was a child that ran with other children, played with them. She was potty trained at a very early age. At a very early age, she was potty trained, and that'll become important as we progress throughout this trial, so keep that in mind. Harmony was potty trained at a very early age. She wasn't someone that was bound by limitations, and you'll hear that when she lived with her mommy Michelle and her mommy Crystal, she was thriving. She was thriving in school. She was thriving with her peers. She was a child like any other. She was full of life. But that's just one description of Harmony, and I told you there are more. The defendant got custody of Harmony in February of 2019. At that time, she was only 4 years old. The second description is darker. It comes from the 10 days before the defendant murdered her, and we'll talk about that more as we go along. The 10 days before he murdered her. In the second description, not the one where Harmony's thriving. In this one, she's scared. She's skinny. She's constantly exhausted. And she's bruised. At this point in Harmony's brief life, she's not able to control her bladder. She's not able to control her bowel movements. She's soiling herself. And during this period, the time when the defendant had her, those 10 days, she went from living in their home on Guilford Street at 77 Guilford Street to being homeless and living in a car, in the family's car. And when they were living in that car, those bathroom accidents got worse and worse, and they came more and more often. And you'll hear about the defendant's rage, this rage of the defendants that was building and building with each and every accident. And each time Harmony had an accident in that 10-day period, the defendant would strike her. That rage only growing, adding to that fear. And the next two descriptions come from the actions that the defendant took after he had murdered Harmony, after he beat her to death. You'll hear that she went from this little girl full of life, a girl that radiated happiness, that radiated joy, to a scared girl, broken, bruised. And from there she went to the dead girl in the duffel bag. And after that she went to the dead girl rotting in the ceiling that the defendant slept under for months. For months, as Harmony's body fluid, her blood, leaked through that duffel bag and was absorbed into that ceiling, he slept under her. That's what he did to her. That's what he made Harmony. His actions. Remember that as we go along. This case is about his actions. And those are the descriptions of Harmony. That's what the defendant made her before he disposed of her. Harmony was just 5 years old when the defendant beat her to death, but her story continues long after her death with the gruesome actions that the defendant took, the things that he did to her, the places that he took her. 3 people witnessed Harmony's death, her murder, and they survived. Her 2 younger brothers, one just 5 months old, the other 2 years old, and her stepmother, Kayla Montgomery. Back then, Kayla was the defendant's wife. She was mother of his 2 small children, his 2 boys. They met when they were kids, and they married in 2017. And eventually they moved to Manchester, New Hampshire, and they lived at the home on 77 Guilford Street. The defendant stayed home with the children, and Kayla worked. She was a cashier at Dunkin' Donuts. And during the 6 months leading up to Harmony's murder, their marriage was on the rocks. But Kayla tried to make it work. She wanted to make it work for her family. She wanted to make it work so that she didn't lose another person that she loved. But this case, it's not about Kayla. It's not about what Kayla did. It's not about what Kayla didn't do. Remember that as we go along. It's about what the defendant did. Kayla was the defendant's loose end. She was the witness to his crimes. She was the witness to his confession to an assault that took place against Harmony by the defendant in July of 2019. She was witness to Harmony's murder. She was witness to the defendant compressing Harmony into bag, smaller bag, smaller bag, compressing her more and more over the months that he had her, adding lime to that bag. And she was witness to the defendant disposing of Harmony. She was the witness that was left alive. So let's talk about that first event, the assault on Harmony from July of 2019. That summer, the summer of 2019, was Harmony's first time living with the defendant. It was her first summer with the defendant. And again, they lived at this home on Guilford Street. You'll hear that they lived there with Helen Montgomery, the defendant's grandmother, and the defendant's uncle, Kevin. And Helen and Kevin left that summer. They went down to Florida, and there Helen had a triple bypass surgery, and Kevin stayed with her. He accompanied her to help her in her recovery. And you'll hear that Kevin was gone for 3 weeks. And when Kevin left, when he left that home, Harmony was uninjured. No bruises. Uninjured. But when he came back, Harmony had a large black eye. A black eye that was so swollen that the profile of her face had changed. It was horrible. This girl was bruised. She was injured. And her face was swollen. And when Kevin walked through that door, he saw Harmony. And this immediately stood out to him. This was his niece, his great niece. And the defendant was standing next to Harmony, and he said, "Harmony, what did you do? What happened to you?" And Harmony didn't even have time to answer. The defendant interrupted and said, "She didn't do nothing. I bashed her around this house. I beat the dog shit out of her." That's what he told his uncle about Harmony, what happened to her, how she got that injury. I beat her. I did that. The defendant in this case. You'll hear that this shocked Kevin. It frightened him. And that was the last night he stayed in the house. He never went back there. He spent that night in his house, and he got out of there. And in the time that followed, he did everything he could to get Harmony help. He contacted authorities. He contacted DCYF, contacted Child Services. You'll hear that he was unsuccessful. This assault from July of 2019, that's separate and apart from the murder charges. Different incident. So I want to talk about the murder now. And to do that, again, we have to talk about the 10-day period before the defendant brutally murdered Harmony. Those 10 days where Harmony had major life changes. You'll hear that the family went from living in that home on Guilford Street to being evicted and living in their silver Chrysler Sebring. And while they were living in the Sebring, they were living in the Sebring, they parked in that parking lot we saw yesterday at Colonial Village, the apartments. They stayed there in their car. And Harmony, at this point, had another major life change. She started having accidents. She started peeing herself. She was incontinent. She couldn't control when she had to go to the bathroom. She was peeing herself and she was pooping herself. This girl that prided herself on being able to control her body, basic functions. She was a big girl, but she started having these issues with her bladder, with her bowel movements. And you'll hear that when they moved into that vehicle, when they started living there, those accidents got worse and they came more often. She wasn't letting the defendant know when she had to go, and she was creating a mess each time. And that rage, the defendant's rage that you'll hear about in this case, grew and grew. And he would hit her, he would strike her each time she had one of those accidents. And that was Harmony's life. For 10 days. For 10 days, she lived in a car. For 10 days, she had bathroom accidents. For 10 days, she was unable to control her own body. For 10 days, she was in fear. She was scared because each time she had one of these accidents, the defendant would hit her. The defendant that you saw 2 days ago, a large man, he would hit this She was 35 pounds in June of 2019. This again is in December. She was tiny, and he would hit her. He would strike her with a fist over something she had no control over. And those accidents were getting worse, and they were coming more often. And she was so bruised before her murder that the defendant had to hide her when he went out in public. He would literally take a blanket and cover her up so that she couldn't be seen, and that so no one would know what he had done to her. No one would see those bruises. And that brings us to December 7th of 2019. That day began like any other day for Harmony. They were living in that car. She woke up and she was scared. She was scared because she'd wet herself. She didn't want the defendant to know. She'd wet herself first thing that morning, and she was afraid. And just as she feared would happen, the defendant smelled what she had done. And for that, he hit her. He struck her in the face, and he drove his car. He continued on with his day as if he had done nothing. He struck this little girl in her face, on the side of her head. He continued on as if nothing happened. He drove to the methadone clinic, the clinic that you saw yesterday on The View. And there he and Kayla took turns getting their treatment. You'll hear that Kayla went in first, the defendant stayed in the car, and then the defendant went in. And when the defendant came back to the car, he was hungry. And so he started driving the family's car to the Burger King that you saw yesterday on The View. And as he was pulling out of that parking lot, he smelled something. He smelled that Harmony had had another accident. And that rage that had been building inside of him, it was there. Remember, he was still upset about the earlier accident, that first thing in the morning. And he looked back at Harmony as he was driving, and he said, "Really, Harmony? Again?" And he began striking her. As he was driving, holding onto the wheel, he began punching this little girl repeatedly for something she had no control over. He struck her blow after blow after blow to the side of her small head. And he didn't stop. And you'll hear me say that. He didn't stop. He didn't stop with that first barrage of assaults, of strikes to her small head. He continued. And when he pulled up to a light, he continued hitting her, hit after hit to her small head, blow after blow. Now, during this barrage of strikes, Kayla, who was in the passenger seat, seated next to the defendant, seated in front of Harmony, she put a hand up. She tried to block what this defendant was doing to Harmony. She tried to stop him. You'll hear that in that moment, he looked at her as if to say, "You're next." And she was scared. And she looked forward and she put her hand down, and those strikes to Harmony continued. And when he pulled up to another light as he was driving to that Burger King parking lot, he continued striking her. And after that last strike, he looked at Kayla and he said, "I think I really hurt her this time. This time. I think I really hurt her this time. I think I did something." And he didn't stop. He continued with his drive. Pulled into that parking lot at Burger King, and he ordered his food. He ordered his food, and he ate. He didn't stop to check on Harmony. He didn't look back at her. He didn't show any concern for this innocent little girl, the child he'd just beaten. He ordered his food, and he ate. And he didn't stop. You'll hear that at that time, after that last blow, after that last strike to her small head, she began moaning and making a gurgling sound. sounds that continued on and off for several minutes. And he didn't show any concern. Ate his food, and he continued driving towards the Colonial apartment parking lot. And while he was there, he did drugs for 20 to 25 minutes, showing no concern for the child that was dying in his back seat just feet away from him. And Kayla, you'll hear, was too scared to look back. She couldn't look back. She was frozen. She was terrified to see what he had done to this small child. She could just hear that moaning, those gargling sounds, sounds that eventually stopped. After the defendant ordered his food and he was driving back, he did his drugs, listening to those noises, not showing any concern. He pulled into the Colonial Village parking lot and he did drugs for 20 to 25 minutes. He ate his food and he did his drugs, and Harmony slowly died. And when he was done with that, still showing no concern for Harmony, he pulled out of the parking lot where they'd been living. And when he made it to the intersection of Webster and Elm, which you saw in the view yesterday, his car died. It died just as Harmony had died several minutes before. The defendant realized they were going to have to abandon that vehicle. And so he started removing items, getting the kids out, shaking Harmony, telling her to wake up. She wasn't responding. She couldn't. She was dead. He had done that. And when he realized that Harmony was no longer alive, that he'd murdered her, he grabbed a duffel bag. Remember, they were living in that car. All of their items, all of their possessions were in that car. He grabbed the duffel bag and he stuffed Harmony's body inside. And remember those descriptions that I told you about Harmony, what you'd hear throughout this trial. That's when Harmony became the dead girl in the duffel bag. He did that to her. That's what he made her. The defendant stuffed her into that bag, and he went on about his day as if nothing happened. But Harmony's murder, that was only the beginning. And remember what I told you, this case, it's about the actions of the defendant. They didn't stop after he murdered Harmony. That was the beginning of his conduct. His actions didn't end when he brutally murdered Harmony. You'll hear about how he carried her for months, scheming, plotting, coming up with a plan of how to get rid of Harmony somewhere she would never be found. And they went back to the Colonial Village parking lot that afternoon. They had a friend there, a friend who let them stay in his Audi. And you'll hear that friend brought them dinner for 2 nights, the 2 nights they stayed there, December 7th and 8th. He brought them dinner, and notably, he didn't see Harmony with him. He didn't see Harmony because she was in that duffel bag, the duffel bag that he was moving between the trunk of that Audi SUV and the ground outside. At night, he would keep her in the ground between his car, the Audi SUV, and the dumpsters that you saw yesterday, that you walked around in that parking lot. He kept her on the ground because it was cold outside. Remember, this was in December, and he wanted to keep her body cold. From the Colonial Village parking lot, they went to Kayla's mother's home, and they stayed there for the rest of the month. She picked them up in her van, and that's where Harmony stayed for several days while the defendant looked for somewhere more suitable to keep her. And he found something more suitable. In the entryway of Christina Lubin, Kayla's mother's home, he found this open cooler. And he stored her there for much of the remainder of his stay. And they left that home on December 30th. And they went to the Families in Transition Shelter. It was at the Families in Transition Shelter that the defendant began to discuss disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her. He believed, you'll hear, he believed that if there was no body to find, there would be no evidence of what he'd done, and he would get away with this heinous crime. And so he began to discuss disposing of her. While he was there, he moved Harmony from the closet of that room. He moved her to the ceiling. He removed that vent cover and he stuffed her body inside. And that's when Harmony became the dead girl rotting in the ceiling that he slept under for months. Now, the defendant faced another problem at the fit shelter. Harmony's body began to rot. It began to smell. He was storing her body in the ceiling above his room, and the heat was on. And the heat was causing her body to decompose more and more by the day, to rot more and more by the day. And it was smelling. And other tenants, other people that lived there were complaining about those smells. So he had to take her body out of that ceiling. And he brought it to the bathroom, and he compressed it. He compressed and contorted her body into this bag, into a bag like this. And he put it back up there, back in the ceiling. And when he was taking her body down, when it was still in the duffel bag, before he'd added trash bags and put her inside a bag like this one, she was leaking. She was leaking. Her liquids were pouring through that duffel bag. And investigators followed up with the fit shelter. They went to that room. They looked in the ceiling. And when they took that vent cover off, they immediately smelled decomposition, a smell associated with dead bodies, rotting bodies. They smelled decomp. Still present 2 years after the defendant had removed Harmony's body from the ceiling. And they saw deep stains in the drywall, where Harmony's blood had been absorbed. That blood was tested. It was sent to a lab in Florida and tested. And that lab in Florida confirmed that that blood was Harmony. Something the defendant missed. Remember, he was careless in his meticulous cover-up. He made mistakes. That's going to be one of them. That blood in the ceiling, Harmony's blood in the ceiling, all that remained of Harmony, the defendant made sure of that. And surrounding that blood, surrounding this blood, surrounding what was left of Harmony, the defendant's fingerprints, his palm prints, frozen there for time. So at the shelter, the defendant had a problem. He was living in a shelter. He didn't have access to a freezer, and Harmony's body was beginning to rot and stink, and it was getting worse and worse by the day. People were complaining. This wasn't good for him. And it was around this time he started working at the Portland Pie Company, which used to be here in town, since closed. He worked there for just over a month. He was a dishwasher and a cook. And that CMC bag, the one that looked like this, that accompanied him to work. It stood out to people because he placed it in the freezer during his shifts. He brought it with him regularly to work, and he stored it in a freezer where the company kept food, ingredients. People saw him bringing that in and out regularly. They couldn't have imagined what that bag contained, but they saw it. And after they left the fit shelter, after the defendant left the shelter, he moved into an apartment on Union Street. And it was in the Union Street apartment that he began to discuss dismembering Harmony, squishing her, further contorting her body. He discussed using a saw to cut her up. He discussed using lime to further decompose her so that there would be nothing to find. Remember, he believed that if there was no body, there could be no evidence, and he would get away with this horrible thing that he'd done, beating this little girl to death. And it was in the bathroom of his Union Street apartment that he compressed Harmony. Already in that CMC bag, filling that CMC bag, he compressed her further, and he added lime to the bag, thinking that it would eat away at anything left of her. He spent most of the day in that bathroom compressing Harmony. He took her out of the CMC bag and he placed her in the tub. She was frozen at that point, so he turned the hot water on and ran it over her so that he could manipulate her body, further compress her. Kayla walked into the bathroom as he was doing this. She saw what he was doing. She saw Harmony. Harmony, at that point, was skin and bones. And she saw the defendant squeezing Harmony, squishing Harmony, trying to remove the liquids that remained from her small body and down the drain of the tub. When Kayla walked into that bathroom, he told her to help him. You'll hear that Kayla obeyed. She held Harmony's arm while the defendant used the scissors to cut off Harmony's clothes. But this was too much for Kayla. She couldn't take what she was seeing, what the defendant was doing, the sick and grotesque things that he was doing to this child's body. And so she went to the living room to be with her two sons, to make sure that they didn't walk in and see what he was doing. So in that bathroom, the defendant shut the door behind her. That once bulging CMC bag, the bag that Harmony's body filled, he compressed. Compressed it enough to add much of a 40-pound bag of lime. And he took breaks from the horror show in that bathroom. And during one of the breaks from working on Harmony's body, he said, "I can put her in pieces. I can put her in pieces. I can cut her up." And while he was working in that bathroom, working on Harmony, he clogged the drain. Remember that as we go along. He clogged the drain. While he was squeezing her, getting the liquids out, he clogged the drain to the bathroom. And investigators learned that the defendant went to Home Depot on February 26th, just 6 days after they moved into that apartment. He went to Home Depot where he bought a saw, a backup saw blade, diamond cutting saw blade, a backup battery, and lime. That was on February 26th, just 6 days after he moved into that apartment. On February 27th, he placed a work order to unclog his drain. Now, it was around this time that the defendant began to suspect that Kayla was working with the police, trying to give them evidence to put him away for what he'd done to Harmony. He was suspicious of her, and he was pulling out outlets. He was pulling out light bulbs, light sockets, thinking that there were listening devices planted to get him for what he'd done to Harmony. And it was around this time that he started beating Kayla. He started threatening her that if she reported him, he would kill her. And that if he went to jail for what he did, he'd have someone else kill her. The abuse was constant, and it came regularly. And Kayla documented the abuse, as shown here. Less than a week after the horror show in that Union Street apartment bathroom, the defendant disposed of what remained of Harmony, what was left of her. He was meticulous in making sure that nothing came back on him. He enlisted help from friends He asked a friend to get him a U-Haul van. A U-Haul van back then was cheaper than a rental car. You'll hear that this friend, he helped. He got him the van. The defendant at the time rented a hotel room so that he could leave the hotel room and dispose of Harmony. And when he came to bring the defendant the keys to the van with his girlfriend saw a CMC bag that was protruding from the hotel room's mini fridge, and that stood out to her. And when the friend gave the defendant the keys to that U-Haul van, the defendant said, I fucked up, and he repeated it over and over. I fucked up, me, the defendant, I fucked up. But he couldn't say how. He couldn't say what he'd done to fuck up. That was on March 3rd of 2020. The defendant left in the middle of the night, headed south. And when the defendant left, he told Kayla that he wasn't going to tell her where he was going to dump Harmony, where he was going to dispose of her. He didn't want her to have that information that she could later use against him. He was in control. He had all the pieces. He wasn't going to have someone know where evidence of the girl that he had brutally beaten was. He made sure that he was the only person that knew what he'd done with her. Remember, he believed that if there was no body, he could never be charged. He could never be charged with this heinous crime. And when he left the hotel room that night, he headed south to Mass, and he made another mistake. That U-Haul van that he rented, he blew through tolls on the Tobin Bridge, and a camera captured that van. You'll hear about the many searches for Harmony Montgomery, involving multiple states, Maine, Mass, New Hampshire, involving multiple agencies, both state and federal. Thousands of man-hours looking for this little girl. And you'll hear the defendant's words. You'll hear him on a recorded call during one of those searches telling his friend that investigators were wasting their time looking for this little girl that he brutally murdered. They were wasting their time. The defendant's words, you'll hear that. After disposing of Harmony, the defendant realized he had one loose end, his wife, Kayla. And so he conditioned her. The abuse got worse over those months and months. He beat her. She was a loose end to him and nothing more. Now, you'll hear that Kayla lied. She stuck to a story that the defendant gave her. She was scared at what would happen to her at the hands of the man she witnessed beat this small child to death and drag her body around for months. She's gone to prison for those lies. She's gone to prison for those lies. And since then, she's helped investigators. She's helped investigators find proof that Harmony is dead. That blood in the ceiling with the defendant's fingerprints. She spoke to investigators and police for hours upon hours, over multiple days. Statements that gave investigators evidence that they wouldn't have without her. Gave a mother some sense of closure, knowing that her daughter's dead, still out there somewhere, but not suffering, not anymore. Now, Kayla's testimony is important. She saw what happened. She felt it. She lived it. She's still living it. But the reason you only have one witness to the defendant's crime is because he killed the other, the witness that he couldn't control, the witness that he couldn't manipulate. But even though Kayla's testimony is important, this case doesn't rest solely on her shoulders. You're going to hear about the forensic evidence, the physical evidence that corroborates what she says, about the surveillance footage. You'll hear and see evidence that corroborates Kayla in ways that she never could have imagined. You'll hear and see evidence that shows you who killed Harmony, who had motive to destroy her after he killed her. And you'll hear some of the defendant's lies for yourself. You'll hear about the absurd story he told to evade apprehension, that he gave Harmony back to her mother in Mass the day before Thanksgiving in 2019. That was his excuse. That was his lie. But in those 2 years where he didn't have to answer for this crime, where he thought he was free and clear of what he'd done, he told someone that he trusted what he really thought of Harmony. He told her that she was evil, that she did evil things. He told her that Harmony was a constant reminder of her mother, Crystal Sorey, who he hated. And he told her that he hated Harmony to his core. That's what he said in secret about the innocent child that he'd beaten to death. The helpless girl that he beat because she soiled herself. He hated Harmony to his core, and the evidence is going to show that he did everything to destroy Harmony after he beat her, to hide his crime, to hide evidence of what he'd done. And for what the defendant did, he's been charged with multiple crimes that the clerk read to you yesterday in open court. And the evidence will prove that he's guilty of each and every one of them. He's guilty of the second-degree assault for beating Harmony in that July 2019 incident, for bashing her around the house, for beating her off every wall in the house, for kicking the dog shit out of her, for causing the black eye, causing that injury to Harmony. Just like he's guilty of reckless second-degree murder for beating Harmony to death in the Chrysler Sebring on December 7th, 2019. He's guilty of falsifying physical evidence, for mutilating Harmony's corpse, for destroying her, for putting her somewhere she would never be found. And he's guilty of tampering with a witness, for beating Kayla, for threatening her, for compelling her to stick to the story that he gave her. And he's guilty of abuse of a corpse, for his conduct in the Union Street apartment bathroom, for compressing Harmony into that small bag, adding lime to it. Those are the crimes the defendant in this case committed. That's what he's guilty of. The defendant committed multiple violent crimes against a small child, a helpless child. In December 2019, he assaulted and he murdered because of that rage, his rage. He destroyed Harmony so that he could never be caught. And he beat Kayla for control. That's what the defendant did to his victim in this case. And at the conclusion of this trial, that's what we'll ask you to find him guilty of.
Whenever you're ready.
You were just left with that picture of Harmony, and seeing that picture is heartbreaking, knowing that Harmony is dead. But Adam Montgomery did not kill Harmony. Adam Montgomery did not beat Harmony in the head as he approached the Burger King drive-thru. Adam Montgomery did not cause Harmony's death. Kayla Montgomery was the last person to see Harmony alive and know how Harmony died. But she didn't come clean with Adam. She didn't come clean with the police. And she will not come clean with you. She is still lying about the cause of Harmony's death. Even though Kayla now has her deal with the state, she continues to lie. The only reason Kayla has to lie now is to protect herself. The only reason she has to lie and point the finger at Adam is because the truth points the finger at her. The only reason Kayla has to lie to make Harmony's death so brutal and foul by Adam is to hide that Adam was protecting Kayla his wife, and the mother of his kids. Now look, I'm not pretending that Adam isn't innocent here. Adam is not an innocent here. He and Kayla covered up Harmony's death. He's not an innocent here. He and Kayla moved Harmony's body from place to place to keep it hidden. And Adam is not an innocent here. He and Kayla put her body in a shower to wash her remains of the fluids of decomposition, and then permanently hid her remains. You can and should find him guilty of those crimes. But in committing those crimes and sticking with a story that protected his wife, Adam set himself up for Kayla's betrayal. Her betrayal to accuse him in the most vile way possible of what he did not do. To accuse him of brutally killing his, not her, daughter, when she knew that was not what happened. The evidence that will show you that Adam did not brutally murder Harmony will come mostly, and very reluctantly, from his accuser, Kayla. Not from other witnesses or the physical evidence, but by showing that Kayla's lies continue, and the only one protected by those lies is her. Because only she, other than an infant and a toddler, was around when Harmony died. Only she knows the truth, and only she has benefited from all the lies she has told. November 27, 2019, a day before Thanksgiving. Adam, Kayla, Adam's daughter Harmony, toddler son Seamus, infant son Declan were evicted from their home on Guilford Street in Manchester. They began living out of their Chrysler Sebring. In the following week, when Adam was running around trying to make money to get them out of their situation, Kayla was left cooped up in that seemingly increasingly smaller by the minute car with a 5-year-old child, not her own, a 2-year-old toddler, and a less than 1-year infant, all of whom needed attention, all of whom needed to move around, and none of whom were doing well being cooped up in that car. And Kayla didn't do well either. Adam was off doing his own thing, and Kayla was stuck. Harmony's body was not discovered lifeless in the car at that busy intersection you saw yesterday. It was not discovered at that intersection in the middle of the day on December 7, 2019, as Kayla now claims. Both Adam and Kayla discovered Harmony's cold, lifeless body much earlier, in the dark of night, behind Colonial Village, when Adam returned from his business. Kayla made Adam feel responsible. She claimed not to know what happened. It was Adam's fault for everything they were going through. It was not her fault, she insisted. She thought all the kids were asleep. He had to protect her. He had to protect their children. If anyone found out, their children would be taken. Adam stood by Kayla, and together they covered up Harmony's death. By that decision, Adam became so intertwined in Harmony's death that he could not get out. Neither Adam nor Kayla knew what to do, so they put the decision off. Adam placed Harmony's body in a duffel bag from the car and placed that duffel bag in the trunk. And Harmony's body was in that bag in the trunk of the car when it broke down at the intersection of Webster and Elm. They had driven off from the Colonial Village apartments to try and figure out what to do, where to put Harmony's body. But then the car broke down. When it did, Adam grabbed the bag from the trunk and carried Harmony's body away from the intersection to the parking lot at Colonial Village. From there, as you'll hear, Harmony's body was moved from place to place until Adam and Kayla finally figured out a plan to hide the body permanently. When asked, Adam and Kayla told people that Harmony was back with her biological mom in Massachusetts. Let's now move forward 2 years. December 2021. This was 2 years after Harmony's death and close to a year after Kayla and Adam had separated. The police were now investigating Harmony's disappearance. They found Kayla and asked her where to find Adam and where Harmony was. Kayla gave the lie she and Adam had used to explain why Harmony was no longer living with them after Harmony died in December of 2019. That Adam had returned Harmony to her mother in Massachusetts. Kayla also told the police that she believed Adam was in Maine. After speaking with the police, she contacts Adam, and she told him, quote, "You need to come down here." She told him he needed to return to New Hampshire and deal with the police because she was not going to deal with all this by herself. Adam did what Kayla told him to do and returned. But unfortunately for Kayla, he also brought another woman, Kelsey Small, with him. Adam met up with Kayla and they talked about what to do. That New Year's Eve 2021, Kayla talked to the police again. This time, it was at the Manchester police station. She again gave the lie that protected her, insisting Adam took Harmony to her mother's, and that was all that she knew. And after well over an hour of talking, as Kayla stuck with this lie, the police gave her time alone to think, to write down what she wanted to say, just in case it was too difficult to verbally speak about. And Kayla did take that time alone to think and to write. And this is what she wrote. Quote, "I don't know what happened. No clue. I just know he left to bring her to meet her mom, to give Harmony to her after he dropped me off at work in the morning." And she wrote, "You need to get him to talk. He won't tell me anything. So he obviously did something and isn't saying anything to me." Kayla was ready to point the finger at Adam, but only in a way that protected herself. 5 days later, January 5th, Kayla was arrested anyway, but for something different than what the police had wanted to talk with her about. Instead of being arrested in relation to Harmony's disappearance, she was arrested for something else, what eventually became a theft charge. But she knew the arrest was to pressure her. While in jail, Kayla had more time to think and to scheme. How was she going to get out of this mess that she was in? She knew that the police thought she had information about what happened to Harmony, and she knew that the walls were closing in. Kayla also knew that pointing the finger at Adam was worth something, and pointing the finger would help get her out of this mess, and she thought about how to use Adam to get out of it. What I am holding up for you is defense's G for identification. This plastic bag contains a note. This note is written by Kayla and it reflects what she wanted for a bargain. A few weeks after her incarceration, this note was found in Kayla's cell. And in her musings, she writes of her willingness to, quote, betray Adam. Not to finally be free of Adam, not to finally be safe from him, not to tell the truth, to betray, meaning stab him in the back. But she also wrote of her longing to be alone with him one more time, to kiss, to make love if she could. She didn't write of fearing to be alone with him. She did not write of any fear that Adam would hurt or kill her for her betrayal. In her fairy tale musings, Adam would understand and protect her to the end. Their children needed their mother, she wrote. But as this note also shows, Kayla wanted more than just one last time with Adam. She had a whole wish list, a set of demands. She wanted, quote, immunity from everything. Everything being in all capital letters. She wanted immunity from everything, all charges I'm facing, and what I'm going to say about Adam. Maybe ankle bracelet, or probation, or drug court. Kids in my life. Not lose custody or rights to my children at all, and be able to have kids live with me once I do a residential treatment program and complete it. Kayla was willing to sing for her supper, not for truth, not for harmony, but for Kayla. Kayla was all about protecting herself to wiggle out of accountability for her own conduct. After that note was discovered in Kayla's cell in January of 2022, January 29th to be exact, Kayla told a correctional officer that she wanted to speak with the Attorney General's office. But no one came to her with a deal. And instead of a deal, she got a subpoena. She got subpoenaed to appear before the grand jury in March. And she remained in jail. Now, Kayla finally got out on bail on May 6th, but she still had been subpoenaed to testify before the grand jury, this time on May 20th. Still no deal. And when Kayla finally appeared before the grand jury, she still had no deal. It was explained to Kayla that she could choose not to answer a question if it would incriminate her. Instead, though, she chose to lie. Under oath, the same oath you'll see her take later, trying to make herself look innocent while pointing the finger at Adam. She told the grand jury that Adam had dropped her off at Dunkin' Donuts on November 30th with Harmony and the two boys in the car, and said that he was returning Harmony to her mother in Massachusetts. But even as Kayla insisted that she didn't know what happened to Harmony, a bombshell drops. The Attorney General's office, the AG, told her as she was testifying she was working at Dunkin' Donuts that they had her employment records. Was she sure? They asked. Kayla knew then that she was caught. She was caught in a lie. The AG had her employment records, looked at them, and knew that she was not working. And this was not just a simple, honest mix-up of days. Those records showed that the AG's office had. Those records showed that she had been fired from Dunkin' Donuts for stealing even before the family had been evicted on the 27th of November. She knew she was caught in a lie. She knew the AG's office could prove it, but she had not developed a new lie and couldn't change course in midstream without a plan. So that day before the grand jury, May 20th, she kept marching forward, hoping that maybe they would believe her anyway. Nothing happened at first after her grand jury testimony was over, but Kayla knew it was coming. And roughly 2 weeks later, on June 3rd, when Kayla checked in as part of her bail conditions, it did. It came. She was arrested for lying before the grand jury. Kayla had a new story prepared, but with the new charges, the state had the upper hand. She was allowed to give her new story with the agreement that her statements could not later be used against her. But there was no guarantee of a deal, and instead, Kayla would only get that deal that she wanted if her statements helped the police figure out what happened to Harmony. And if the state decided that Kayla's statements were not helpful, she would be facing not only the charges she was already facing, but now 2 more felony charges, this time for perjury, perjuring herself before the grand jury, plus any charges that could come about if the police were able to figure out what happened to Harmony without her statements. And Kayla knew that the police were going to follow up on what she now said. And without something to corroborate this new story she was going to give, there wouldn't be any reason for the police to accept it. After all, she had already lied to the grand jury to point the finger at Adam. So instead of the truth, she told a lie of a brutal killing where she was also a victim. But because there cannot be any corroboration for the lie itself, Kayla intermingled some of the truth of how she and Adam covered up Harmony's death. The lie itself cannot be corroborated, but there would be corroboration in the truth of the cover-up. Because Kayla's new story was not true of how Harmony died, she lacked real memories to draw from, and the details did not fit. Both the details she provided and the ones she did not provide. And it is in those details, details based on a lie, that begin to reveal the lie still being told by Kayla. At first, Kayla's new story for the police, when she gave a proffer on June 3rd of 2022, her new story was that it was the middle of the night, 2 or 3 a.m. Harmony had been having trouble controlling her bodily functions while the family had been living out of the car, and Harmony went to the bathroom again. Adam responded by repeatedly punching Harmony, probably like 10 to 15 times. That story changed to Adam assaulting Harmony in the morning before they went to the clinic for their methadone. The story then continued by saying that Adam struck Harmony again after getting back in the car from the clinic. Then, as they drove to Burger King because Kayla wanted to get something to eat for her and the kids, the story expanded to Adam punching Harmony as he was driving into the Burger King parking lot. Kayla claimed to recall Adam commenting that the last strike was different. He thought he hurt Harmony. Kayla did tell the police that she put an arm up briefly to try and stop Adam, but to no avail. Adam drove up to the Burger King drive-thru. They ordered their food. Adam paid cash. The family got their food and drove back to the Colonial Village apartments with Harmony moaning in the back. That's her story. And when asked Kayla claimed that she fed the kids. She told the police that she went up to her friend Anthony Bodero's residence to get some drugs for she and Adam to use, leaving Adam alone in the car with Declan, Seamus, and Harmony. This whole entire story was not true. Excuse me. One of the things that you'll see that reveals her story about punching to be a lie is that she is unable to describe a true scene. She does not describe 2-year-old Seamus crying as his sister beside him is being struck. She does not describe the baby screaming as violence and chaos break out around him. She does not describe trying to soothe or quiet the children. Nor does she describe Adam reacting at all to what would have been a cacophony of screaming and crying had all that punching been true. She does not describe trying to hide a broken child from the Burger King cashier or any concern on Adam's part that Harmony might be seen by the cashier or the camera. She does not describe Harmony as she feeds, piece by piece, food to Seamus, who is next to her in the back seat of the car. She does not describe seeking help from her friend she got drugs from. She doesn't describe any concern by her friend, Anthony Bordero, that she seems upset. And please keep close attention to Kayla's various descriptions of the car breaking down, where she claims that she and Adam first discovered that Harmony is dead. Kayla told the police that with Harmony in what would have been a critical, perhaps fatal condition in the back seat, the family decided to drive away from their corner in the back of the Colonial Village apartments. Yet, Kayla did not remember where they were going. Then the car broke down at the intersection of Webster and Elm, and they discover Harmony's dead body in the back seat. Kayla talked about waving, honking, agitated drivers behind them around the car as Adam manhandles a dead child in the back seat into a duffel bag. And no one notices. Their car did break down on December 7th at the intersection of Webster and Elm. That is not in question here. And the family did walk back to Bodero's. But Harmony's body was already in the duffel bag, in the trunk, from when they discovered her death in the early hours of the night before. Yesterday, before we broke, the court gave you a partial set of instructions on how you are to go about deciding this case. Among them was an instruction on assessing the credibility of witnesses. It is up to you to determine the credibility of witnesses. But the judge did suggest an illustrative list of factors to consider in making that determination. One factor is whether what the witness said appeared reasonable. In discerning this, details matter. The details that are given and the details that are not. Is the witness pulling from a well of true memory or just making it up? Another factor the court has offered for your consideration is whether what the witness said is consistent with other evidence in the case. And that leads me to some of the science that was used in this case. Kayla also described Adam cleaning up blood spilled by Harmony with a kerchief. That lie was exposed by a special test that can reveal blood traces, even blood that was supposedly cleaned up. Luckily for the police, they were able to locate the broken down Sebring 2 years later. They're able to bring it to their lot at the police station, and they were able to search and test it with a special test that could detect invisible blood, blood that cannot be seen with the naked eye. No traces of blood, including on the back passenger seat where Kayla said Harmony bled and Adam cleaned it up. In offering guidance in assessing witness credibility, another common sense factor offered by the court is whether the witness had a bias or motive to lie. There will be time during Kayla's testimony, during direct and cross, to explore the changes, the inconsistencies, and details within her story, both those that are there and those that are not. And you just heard about the science to also assist you in evaluating Kayla's claims. But here, what follows is an example of Kayla's motive to lie at play, of Kayla taking something true and twisting it to point the finger at Adam, yet hide her own involvement. In telling the police how Harmony's body was finally removed from their lives, Kayla described an incredibly disturbing treatment of Harmony's body, her remains in the refrigerator before being placed in the shower, under hot water, washing away the fluids. Kayla at first said it was all Adam, and he wouldn't even let her in the bathroom. But she slipped up, and fortunately the interviewers caught it. They caught the slip and they probed. Kayla had to admit that she was part of it too. She cut off Harmony's hoodie in the shower, and she and Adam bagged up Harmony's clothes. And when that was done, Kayla and Adam put her remains in another bag, with Kayla helping Adam to zip that bag up. You will hear that after Adam and Kayla permanently hid Harmony's remains, that their relationship became more frayed. Adam struggled with the loss of Harmony and his mental health suffering. Adam and Kayla separated briefly. That was in the spring of 2020 before reconciling. But Adam continued to spiral, and a year later was arrested after another episode. He went to rehab, then stayed at a sober house before going to Maine with Kelsey Small, which was where he was in December of 2021 when Kayla told him to return to New Hampshire and help her deal with the police. Joined with the murder and related charges is a second-degree assault charge. That allegation is that Adam knowingly caused bodily injury to Harmony in July of 2019 by striking her in the face with a fist. Harmony did get a black eye during the summer of 2019, and no question about it, Adam did react when he saw Harmony trying to smother her brother, jerking her away to stop her, but that is not what caused the black eye. On July 22nd of 2019, Kevin Montgomery, Adam's uncle, came up from Florida to the house. He saw Harmony's black eye, prompting a conversation about her. During this conversation, Adam told Kevin about a time when he walked in to find Harmony smothering then 5-month-old Declan. Harmony had her hand wrapped around his mouth, causing him to turn blue. Adam pushed Harmony away while checking on Declan. Then, a week later, upon returning to Florida, I believe it was July 29th, Kevin made a report to New Hampshire DCYF, and he told DCYF that Adam gave Harmony a black eye, conflating what Adam had said. A veteran caseworker, Demetrios, responded that very same day, the 29th, to investigate. Though the encounter was brief, he did see Adam and Harmony outside the house getting into a car, and When he saw Harmony, he observed no concerns. He also followed up, paying another visit on August 7th. This time he did see a small red mark in Harmony's right eye and faded bruising under the eyelid. He spoke to Harmony alone, asked probing questions to find out what may or may not have happened, and then, after doing his job, left the visit satisfied that there was no substantiated evidence of abuse. I am getting ready to step down, but before I do, there is just one more instruction I need to discuss. The court has instructed you that you are to decide this case not on sympathy, but on the evidence and the evidence alone. This case involves the tragic and senseless death of Harmony, an innocent 5-year-old, and it triggers perfectly understandable, innate human emotions, and it would be inhuman not to feel them. But as was discussed during the jury selection process, and as you've been instructed by the court, you all have a difficult yet necessary task: deciding this case not on emotion, not on sympathy, but on the evidence. And after you have heard all the evidence, after you've heard all the evidence in this case and apply the facts to the law, you will know that Adam did not murder his daughter or engage in witness tampering with Kayla. Kayla was an equal participant in the cover-up. She alone knows how Harmony died, and she won't tell. At this trial's conclusion, we will ask you to follow the evidence you have heard and find Adam not guilty of murdering his daughter, witness tampering with Kayla, and second-degree assault.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've now heard opening statements. As I told you when I gave you my preliminary instructions, we would generally be taking a mid-morning and mid-afternoon break, and I do look for natural breaking points in a trial to do that. I think this is one of them. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a 15-minute break now, so use the restroom, have a drink of water, and we'll come back in 15 minutes and begin the evidence. All right, all rise for the jurors, please. Maybe seated counsel approach for just a minute. exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can sort of do it simultaneously. If you have a witness advocate, they can bring them in. I'm going to bring the jurors in now. Okay. All rise for the jury, please.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. When the state is ready, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Michelle Raftery. And Ms. Raftery, if you just remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you will provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? You can make yourself comfortable, Ms. Raftery. There's a microphone in front of you. But I'm just going to ask that you speak into that so that everyone can hear what you're saying. Can you begin by stating and spelling your last name for the record?
Yep. Michelle Raftery, Raftery.
And what's your date of birth, Ms. Raftery?
9/11/70,
Where do you currently live?
Haverhill, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
In Haverhill, about 25 years.
Who do you live there with?
My husband and 3 of my children.
And what's your husband's name?
Timothy.
And your children? What
The
are their
ones that are home?
ages?
Oh, their ages?
Yes.
Ben's 25, Jaden is 14, and Claire is 13.
And do you have children that live with you?
Those are the ones that live with me. Yeah.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a behavioral health partner
And how long have you done that?
for a year.
Prior to that, what did you do for a living?
I was a FRL, a family resource liaison.
And can you explain what that is to the jurors?
Yes, I work with foster parents, and I help support them and run support groups and trainings for them.
Do you have any experience as a foster parent yourself?
Yes, I do. Over 13 years.
And can you tell the jury about that experience?
Yes, we had the privilege of being Harmony's foster parents.
And you mentioned a name, Harmony, just now.
Yep.
Who is she to you?
She was our foster daughter.
What did she call you?
Mama.
Your husband, Tim, what did she call him?
She called him Dada and Papa.
You said that you'd been a foster parent for 13 years?
Yep.
What point in that timeline, those 13 years, did you take Harmony in?
Like probably halfway through. Probably halfway through the years. Yep. So she came to us at 2014.
And tell us about that.
Yep. So you always start off with, you get a phone call from DCF, and they tell you a little bit about the child. And Harmony was 2 months old at the time, and she had a pretty intimidating diagnosis at first. So, I did a lot of Google research, but I still knew that we wanted to say yes, and Harmony came and lived with us when she was 2 months old.
Pretty intimidating. What were you told about Harmony before
So
you
we
took her?
we were told that she has hydroprocephaly, which is like a disorder with her brainstem. And we were told that she was legally blind in both eyes, and that she probably wasn't going to live 7 months.
I'm sorry, can you say that last thing?
Yeah, that she probably wasn't going to live past 7 months old. Hydroprocephaly was the original first diagnosis.
You mentioned this blindness.
Mm-hmm.
What can you tell us about that?
So at that time, she had a whole team of doctors, and she was considered legally blind in both eyes. However, I started to notice when I would feed Harmony that she would track me with one of her eyes, at least one of her eyes. And, then we went on to get different diagnoses for her.
You mentioned having Harmony since she was 2 months old.
Yes.
What was Harmony's date of birth?
6/7/14.
June 7th, 2014.
That's correct.
What kind of child was Harmony Montgomery?
She was a loving child. She was very sweet, very happy. She was super social. She loved to be with people. We used to joke around with her to leave a sparkle wherever she went, because wherever she went, she left people happy, and you knew that you met her.
How long was Harmony in your care for?
So, which time? We took care of Harmony 3 times. She came back into care 3 times. So for the first time, she was with us for about 2 months. Then she returned to her mother, and then she returned to us. And then she stayed with us for about a little over 2.5 years, and then she went back with her mother, and then came back 10 months later.
You mentioned these disabilities.
Yes.
Was Harmony developmentally delayed?
She was not. It definitely could have been a possibility. She started off with that original diagnosis, and through going through testing, she had a neurologist, endocrinologist, ophthalmologist, and we had a whole team of specialists that worked with her, and they changed the diagnosis to septo-optic dysplasia.
And were you taking any steps when she was in your care to treat her needs?
Yeah, absolutely. Harmony had, like I said, a team of doctors, but she also had early intervention workers. So she had 2. She had a nurse that came weekly, and she had a vision specialist that came weekly, and we did all the treatments and the programs that she needed with that.
Was she meeting benchmarks at that time?
She was meeting every benchmark. She was succeeding, yeah. Yep.
Ms. Rafferty, when was the last time you saw Harmony Montgomery?
The last time I saw Harmony was December of 2018.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes?
So, Your Honor, I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 97. Ms. Rafferty, do you recognize this?
I do.
I'm going to get close to a microphone so I'm picked up. What is this?
That's the day that they were doing school pictures, and she wanted to have a sparkly blue dress.
And do you recognize the person that's depicted in this picture?
Yes,
Who is it?
it's Harmony Montgomery.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of Harmony as you remember her?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point I move to admit as State's Exhibit 97.
All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
And I move to publish at this
You
point,
may
Your Honor.
publish it.
Mrs. Rafferty, do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
I do. Yes.
How do you know him?
He was Harmony's biological father.
Would you recognize the defendant if you saw him again?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, may I approach you?
Yes, you may.
Showing the defense was been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 101. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes, you may.
Ms. Rafferty,
Yes.
do you recognize this item?
Yes.
Can you tell me what it is?
It's Adam Montgomery.
And Your Honor, at this point, is this
It's
a fair
a picture,
and,
yes.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of Adam Montgomery as you remember him?
Yes.
I move to mark as full, Your Honor, to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 101.
Any objection?
No objection, and we agree that that is a photo of the defendant.
Okay, thank you. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
And I move to publish it at this
You
point.
may publish it.
Ms. Rafferty,
I'm sorry, Attorney Knowles, would you return the exhibits back to the table when you're done with them, just so that everything remains there unless you're going to use it shortly
Absolutely.
again? Thank you.
Ms. Rafferty, was Harmony potty trained when she was in your care?
Yes, she was. She started at our house, and then she finished when she moved back with her mother.
And how old would she have been at that point in her life?
So at 2.5, going on 3, she was potty trained.
What steps did you take to, you said she started at your house. What
Yeah.
steps did you take to potty train her?
Harmony was very easy to potty train. She didn't like to have, soiled clothes on, and she wanted to be like the bigger kids that were in our house. So she would tell us that it was pretty much Harmony potty trained herself.
You mentioned her mother. Do you know
Yes.
her name?
Yes,
Can you tell the jurors?
yes, it's Crystal Sorey.
And you said that Crystal Sorey finished her potty training.
Yes,
Did Harmony return to your care after that?
she did, yes.
And after Harmony returned to your care, did she have any bathroom accidents?
Absolutely not.
If I could have just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. Rafferty, I don't have any additional questions for you. The defense attorney may.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
And I know this is difficult, and I won't be long, okay?
I'm sorry, we need to get you a microphone, and we'll figure out the other podium if you want to do that, but we might as well set it up.
I'll just take it over for now. I only have a few.
Yeah, that's fine, if you want to start there.
I've been pronouncing your name all this time wrong. Rafferty?
It's Rafferty, yes.
And quite a birthday that you have, too.
That's right.
Yeah. So you said that you had Harmony placed with you 3 times.
Yes,
In between, she was with her mother,
yes,
and then she would be returned to you.
yes.
And how long was the most recent time that, how long was she with you the last time she was placed with you?
About 10 months.
Okay. And from being placed with you for about 10 months, she went to another foster care?
Yes,
And you felt like she had more needs than you could deliver, so she went to a therapeutic foster care.
no,
Miss Kumba? That's not?
I don't know that other foster parent.
Ah, okay. So she didn't go to therapeutic foster care?
She went to another foster home.
Okay. Not a therapeutic one?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Had you asked that she be placed in a therapeutic foster home?
No.
Okay. She left your home for another foster home for what reason?
It's a long story. Co-parenting a child that has trauma, first of all, is very difficult. Co-parenting a trauma with DCF involvement and co-parenting with them is extremely difficult.
Okay. So Harmony was placed with you 3 times, and that last time she was then placed to a therapeutic foster home.
She was placed in another foster home, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. I
Yep.
did misspeak. Speak. She went to another foster home.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, no further questions for this witness. I'd ask that she be excused.
Any objection? All right. You may step down and
Thank
you are
you.
excused.
There you go, Mr. Montgomery.
State may call its next witness.
Exactly, Your Honor. State would like to call Ms. Crystal Sorry to the stand. Just watch the sequence of chords. There's some here and there's some right behind. I'm sorry, when you get here, if you could just remain standing for a brief moment.
Sure.
If you would please go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to this jury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Sawyer. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Sawyer, since we're being recorded here today, and there's a microphone right in front of you, so I will ask you to please keep your voice up to make sure that the recording picks you up. Would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name?
My name is Crystal Renee Sorey, Crystalsorey.
And Ms. Sawyer, what town do you live in?
I live in Fitchburg, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived there?
A year and 5 months.
And how far did you go in school?
I didn't graduate high school.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about a specific day, June 7th, 2014. What significance, if any, does that day have for you?
It was the day my daughter Harmony was born.
And Harmony was a girl, correct?
Yes.
Have you had any other daughters besides Harmony?
No.
And what was her full name?
Harmony Renee Montgomery.
Same middle name as you.
Yes.
Okay. What was her medical condition when she was born?
She was blind in her right eye. She was misdiagnosed twice before that. Yeah, just blind in her right eye.
And after about 3 months after she was born, who did she go to live with?
Michelle Rafferty.
And do you know Michelle?
Very well.
Why did she go to live with Michelle?
I am a recovering drug addict. I was struggling at the time, handling her diagnosis. I was struggling.
Is it fair to say that who you are now in 2024 is different than who you were in 2014?
Very.
In March of 2016, were you able to obtain custody of Harmony again?
Yes.
Okay. Where did the two of you live?
First, when she reunified, I was at Casa Esperanza in Roxbury. It was a reunification program, but you could only progress so much there. So then we moved to Ruth Kelly Umi's house on the other side of Roxbury, Dorchester.
Okay. When the two of you were living together, how was Harmony?
Amazing, rambunctious, very smart. By the time she was 2, she could tell you her whole life story.
She was talkative?
Yes. People didn't believe she was 2.
When you got custody and were reunified with Harmony in those two places, did you work and finish potty training with Harmony?
Yes,
Okay.
I did.
And how did she take to that?
She did very well, honestly. I was kind of surprised. She was just really excited to be a big sister. Her brother had diapers, and I told her, babies wear diapers, and you're not a baby anymore. You're a big sissy. So she was right on it, and she did so well.
In September and then October, I know you were reunified in March of 2016. In September and October of 2018, did she go to live again with Michelle Rafter?
Yes.
And when she left then, that would be the fall of 2018, how old was she?
2018. 3. I believe 3, almost 4.
Yeah, basis?
It's leading and with, I think the dates are wrong.
Your Honor, I believe the question was how old was she in the fall of 2018?
Objections overruled.
Thank you. So she was born in 2014, is that correct?
She was 4, yes.
Okay, so she was 4 in 18.
Yes.
And was she fully potty trained when she left you?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you, who was Harmony's birth father?
Adam Montgomery.
And how did you meet him?
Through a mutual friend.
Was he living with you when Harmony was born?
No.
Were the two of you living together when Harmony went to live with the Rafteries?
Never.
Did you ever have any other children with Adam Montgomery?
No.
At some point in 2019, who got custody of Harmony?
Adam.
Where was Adam living at the time?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
Do you remember what street he was living on?
Guilford Street.
And is that where Harmony was as well?
Yes.
What, if any, visits did you have with Harmony after she went to live with Adam Montgomery?
I had 2 physical visits with her. And then I had 2 FaceTime calls, both very brief.
The physical visits, where did you visit her?
Excuse me. Guilford Street.
Did you visit with her outside the home or inside the home? Or
Inside the home.
inside the home. Did you see where her room was?
No. He never showed me.
When you say he, who is he?
Adam never showed me. I was only allowed in the living room or the bathroom.
How did you communicate with Adam at that time?
Facebook.
Facebook?
Yeah. He wouldn't give me his number.
When did you last see Harmony?
April
April of
2019.
April of 2019.
Yeah, right before Easter.
How did you see her?
Oh, I was doing a Facebook video call. That was how I had job training, so I couldn't do a physical visit that week because I didn't know my schedule.
You said that was before Easter, is that correct?
Yes,
Did you see her on Easter?
yes,
Were you able to see her after that?
no.
What did you try to do to be able to see her or talk to her after that?
I just kept reaching out to Adam and Kayla and, asking, begging them to let me see her, and I was sorry for whatever I did. I wasn't even sure what I did, but I was just trying to reach out to really anybody at that point, his family, his grandmother, his uncle, his dad, anybody.
Let me ask, did you try to reach out through the months of May and June?
Yes,
What about in July?
I believe so.
Did you receive any phone call from Kevin Montgomery, Adam's uncle, in July?
Yes,
I'm not going to go into the detail of what was said, but after that call, did you continue these efforts you talked about before, trying to get in touch with Adam?
yes,
And what about September of 2019? Were you trying to get in touch with Adam then?
Yes.
What about October and November of 2019? Were you trying to get in touch with Adam then?
Yes.
Christmas of 2019?
Yes.
In touch with him then?
Yes.
Were any of those successful?
No.
Did you see or hear from Harmony at all during that time period?
No.
What about in the year 2020? Did you continue to try to find and get in touch with Harmony or Adam?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
No problem. What about the following year, in the year 2020? Did you try to get a hold of Adam or Harmony?
Yes, I had made a new Facebook hoping, because he had blocked me and so did Kayla, I was hoping to get through to him that way.
Did you try also through 2021?
Yes.
By December of 2021, what else were you doing to try to find Harmony
I was,
to respond?
calling DCF. I was, telling my therapist, talking to anybody that I knew was either a mandated reporter or had some type of leverage because I wasn't getting anywhere. I had wrote also to the mayor.
And in December of 2021, did you have any meetings with the Manchester Police Department?
I'm sorry.
Yep. In December of 2021, did you meet with the Manchester Police Department about trying to find Harmony?
Yes.
And with regards to that, did you provide them with any permissions to try to get more information to help find Harmony?
I signed whatever they needed me to sign.
Did any of that include medical authorizations for medical records?
Yes.
Did you provide a DNA swab for them?
Twice.
Did you provide permission for them to look at your Facebook account?
Yes.
Did you provide permission for them to find out where you had been living and contact those places to confirm your dates there?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm going to show you. It's been marked State's Exhibit 101.
For identification?
Your Honor, I believe we made this.
I'm sorry, that's full exhibit, thank you.
Do you recognize this person?
Yes. Adam Montgomery.
This is the person that you were trying to get a hold of?
Yes.
Show now State's Exhibit 97. What's this?
That's my girl. That's Harmony.
In fall of 2018, when she went back to Rockets, do you know that she was going to school, taking classes?
When she was with Michelle, she was, but not after.
Not after.
No.
Could you explain what you mean by that? Not after?
When she went with Adam, she never went to school.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if we could approach. Ms. Sori, I just have one last question for you. With regards to all of those communications that you talked about through 2019, 2020, 2021, trying to get a hold of Adam Montgomery or Harmony, for any of those, were you ever able to speak with Harmony?
No.
If I can have just a moment, please. And just to clarify, Ms. Sori, the last time that you saw her, I believe your testimony before was April of 2019?
Yes.
So it was not around Thanksgiving time of 2019?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you, Ms. Sori. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
You just use the podium if you want. Leave it there.
Thank you. I'll pull it out after this. I'll pull it out after this because, I only have a couple of questions. And it sounds like Harmony was a lovely child and a joy. Is that right?
Yes.
And you described on direct her getting potty trained and you comparing her to her brother,
Yeah.
your son.
Yes.
And I think she loved being a big sister to her brother, your son.
Yes.
Right? And you described how old Harmony was in September of 2018, I think. Harmony was not living with you at that time. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
You good?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. You may sit down. Just be very careful of the wires. Okay. The state is ready. You may call your next witness. So, you know, just keep it to the side a little so that when the witnesses are coming through, that's fine. Just the podium up. No, good. I got that. Will you handle this? Thank you so much.
Your Honor, the state's next witness is Dee Travers. I believe the defense counsel indicated yesterday outside of the courtroom that
Hold on.
they wish to speak with you about this.
Gotcha.
Your Honor, the state calls D.D. Travers to the stand. Good morning, Ms. Travers. Thank you so much. Please remain standing for a brief moment and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Travers, let me just ask you, since we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first name or the initials you go by and your last name for the record?
Sure. My first name is D.D., just spelled as D.D. Last name is Travers, T-R-A-V as in Victor, E-R-S.
And Ms. Travers, do you live in the state of New Hampshire?
Yes, I do.
How long have you lived here?
Approximately 20 years.
20 years. And currently, where do you work?
I work for a Catholic Medical Center in Manchester.
What do you do for them?
Currently, I work as a nurse practitioner.
And how long have you been working as a nurse practitioner for them?
I've been working about 5 years as a nurse practitioner.
And prior to that, were you also working for CMC in a different capacity?
Yes, I was working as a registered nurse.
Okay. Let me ask you, at any point were you assigned to work at the affiliate for Catholic Medical Center, the urgent care in Bedford?
Yes.
And I'd like to direct your attention specifically to June 2nd of 2019. Did you take vital signs from a child named Harmony Montgomery that day?
Yes.
And as part of those vital signs, did you measure and record her weight?
Yes.
How much did Harmony Montgomery, the patient that you saw that day, weigh when you saw her on June 2nd of 2019?
I don't recall the actual number.
Let me ask, with regards to those, when you measured her weight, did you record that information somewhere?
I would record it in the electronic health records.
Okay. And with regards to the electronic health records, when do you record that? So,
Generally, it's done in the room with the patient.
so right then and there, while you're with the patient, you're recording that?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you had a chance to look at those records, do you think that looking at those records might help refresh your recollection as to what the weight was that you took on that day?
If I could look again, I could remember the number. Yeah, that'd be great.
You want to approach page 4822? Do you recognize that to include the medical records that you entered that day?
Yep, it has my name right there.
Okay.
And
And I'm about to say, I'm going to have you go ahead and take a look at it for a moment, and when you're ready, just look back at me. I'm going to ask you what her weight was.
okay.
And does that, looking at that, does that help refresh your recollection of the weight?
Yes.
Okay. And how much did Harmony Montgomery weigh in June of 2019 when you measured her?
35.20.
35.20. And are those grams, those pounds? The
I'm sorry, I didn't
35.20.
look at that. I apologize.
That's all right. I'm sorry. The 35.20, is that pounds? 35 pounds? Or 35.20 pounds, I should say?
I didn't actually see that it said pounds on there, but
Okay. Let me ask, do you typically, when you do your measurements, are they in pounds or are they in kilograms?
they're usually in kilograms.
Usually in kilograms? Okay. Well, I want to make sure that your memory is fresh. So with regards to the record, do you recall off the top of your head whether it was 35.2 kilograms or 35.2 pounds?
I don't recall.
Okay. And having a chance to look at the vital signs again, do you think that might refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Same page? Let's say, does that help? I see you nodding your head up and down. Does that help refresh?
Yes, yes.
So that 35.2, are those pounds or kilograms?
Pounds.
35.2 pounds. All right, thank you very much, Nurse Travers. I greatly appreciate it. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
think Harmony's weight was appropriate for her size and age?
Foundation.
Just a couple of more questions. Did you stay in the room until the doctor came in to look at Harmony?
No.
Okay. So you just pretty much take that information and give it to the doctor for the doctor to do the examination?
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't know the results of the examination, is that right?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further?
No further, we ask the witness to be excused, please.
All right, any objections or being excused?
May I ask one more question, Your Honor?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. But one of the observations that you did make was the sores around her mouth?
That's what I wrote in the report, yes.
Okay. And that was a rash or sores around her mouth that she was present for, right?
Yeah, that's what I wrote in the report, yeah.
Thank you.
Any objections or being, do you have any follow-up questions from that?
We could just have a brief.
Yes?
No questions, and we would ask the witness to be excused, please.
Any objections or being? No objection. All right, you may step down and you are excused.
Thank you.
call its next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Mr. Kevin Montgomery to the stand. Watch your step, there's a couple of cords there.
We remain standing for just a moment.
Thank you. Mr. Montgomery, if you would please go ahead and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. Mr. Montgomery, as we are being recorded here for the record, could you please go ahead, and I'm going to ask you to please go ahead and state your name, both your first and your last name.
Hang on one second. Could you carefully open that? Otherwise, it sort of the top can open. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you would please go ahead and state your full name and spell out both your first and your last name for the record.
Kevin Lester Montgomery, Kevin Montgomery.
And Mr. Montgomery, what town are you living in now?
Malden, Mass.
Okay. How long have you lived down there?
I've been back in the area since June
June of this year?
last year.
June of last year.
23.
Of course. Sorry. And are you currently working?
I am.
What do you do for work?
I am a plumber.
And how far did you go in school?
10th grade.
How long have you been a plumber?
Roughly 3.5 years-ish.
What are some of the other kind of jobs that you had before being a plumber?
Landscaping. I was in the drywall, union, roofing,
Okay.
stuff like that.
I'd like to ask, in 2019, where were you living at the first part of 2019?
2019, first part of 2019, I was living in Manchester,
And what was the street address that you were living at?
77 Guilford Street.
Who owned that home?
Excuse me?
Who owned that home? Sorry.
My mom and my ex.
And who else lived there? Let me ask, let's say in February or March of 2019, who else lived there?
So it was me, my nephew, his wife, and their kids.
And who's your nephew, sir?
Adam Montgomery,
And who was his wife at the time?
Kayla Montgomery.
I'm going to go ahead and show you State's Exhibits 1 and 2. And just see if, let's just talk about State's Exhibit 1 for a moment. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 1?
I do.
Okay. And what is that a photograph of?
The front of the house.
Which house?
77 Guilford Street.
Okay. And what about, and with regards to that photo, did the house look that way when you were living there in 2019? And by that, I just mean where the windows are, the door is, the color.
Yes.
And now I would like to show you State's Exhibit 2 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize what that is a photo of?
I do.
What's that a photo of?
That was Harmony's room.
Where was her room, inside this house or somewhere else? Did she live with you?
Yeah, her room was across from my room inside that house.
Other than the stickers that are at the bottom here, and the photograph itself of the room and the home, are these accurate to your memory of what that room used to look like and what this home used to look like generally when you were there?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identifications to be stricken from State's Exhibit 1 and 2, please.
Without objection. I'm sorry. No, without. Without objection. Okay, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
Just give me a quick peek when you take those cool things. I got a glimpse.
So, Mr. Montgomery, I'll go ahead. Permission to publish here.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. With regards to State's Exhibit 1, this is 77 Guilford Street? Is that correct?
Yes.
And let me ask you, how many bedrooms were in the home? How big a house are we talking about?
Living room on the first floor, 2 bedrooms in the back, and then like an attic that was like made over upstairs.
When you say made over upstairs, was that also used as a bedroom?
Correct.
And now showing State's Exhibit 2. I believe you said before, I want to make sure I got your testimony right, that this was Harmony's room. Is that right?
Yes.
The stickers on the wall, do you know what that's a sticker of?
Yes, that was Minnie Mouse.
Mr. Montgomery, excuse me. In 2019, you said, I believe before, that you said that your nephew, Adam Montgomery, was living with you. Is that correct?
Could you speak up, please?
Yes, certainly. And let me move closer to the microphone. In 2019, I believe you testified a moment ago that you said Adam Montgomery was living with you, and he's your nephew. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And so, nephew, in terms of, so who's his father? And I would assume his father or mother is a brother or sister to you.
So his dad's my older brother, Michael.
Okay. And with regards to Adam, how long have you known Adam?
His whole life.
Were you subpoenaed to be here today to testify?
I was.
Okay. And let me ask you, do you want to be here today testifying about your nephew?
No.
When Adam came to live with you at Guilford Street, I believe you said before that he had kids with him and that he had his wife. Could you tell us what her name is?
Adam's wife?
Yes.
Kayla
Okay.
Montgomery.
And the kids that moved in with him there in 2019, who were they? Do you remember their names, I should say?
I do. Could you say that question again, please?
Certainly. So when Adam and Kayla came to live with you, you said that there were kids in the home before. What were their names?
So when Adam and Kayla came in, who came with them?
Yes, exactly.
At first it was just Seamus.
Okay. And who is Seamus?
Seamus is their son.
Okay. Who came to live with you next after that? Which child came next?
I believe, 2019. So I believe a baby was born somewhere, and then Harmony.
And then Harmony. So Harmony was the last child to move in?
I believe so.
Okay. We looked at a picture of Harmony's room. Where was that room in the house? Was it upstairs? Was it downstairs?
So it was downstairs at the end of the hallway on the right,
Okay. And where was your room in the home?
right across the hall.
Where did you see Harmony spend most of her time when she was in the house?
Permission to approach, Judge?
So, Mr. Montgomery, let me just restate that question for you. So the question that I had for you is that when you saw Harmony, primarily what parts of the house did you see her in? Where did she spend most of her time that you saw?
Just everywhere.
Just everywhere.
Kitchen,
Okay.
living room, just everywhere.
In July of 2019, did you stay in New Hampshire or did you go to any other state?
I lived in New Hampshire,
Mhm.
and then I went for roughly 3 weeks to Florida.
Okay. And let me ask you about that trip to Florida. Did any other family members go with you on that trip?
My son,
Your son? Okay. And when you were in Florida, did you visit any family members?
I did all my family.
Okay. Let me ask you, sir, when you were down in Florida visiting family, tell us some of the different family members that lived down there that you saw.
So the trip was primarily to go see my mom because my mom had some health issues. But I have several brothers. I saw them, nephews, sister, the whole family.
And I know testifying can be very difficult, so if you need a break or anything, you just let us know and let the court know, okay?
Okay.
All right. You said that you were seeing your mother and she had some health issues. What health issues did she have?
So I believe that April she had triple bypass heart surgery, and that's what the trip was based around, was going to see her.
And did you spend a lot of time with her during that July trip?
I did.
Okay. When you came back, do you remember what day you flew back into town?
Roughly the 22nd or the 23rd of July.
Okay. And I apologize, I made an assumption there, and I shouldn't do that. How did you come back to New Hampshire? Did you fly? Did you drive? Did you take a train?
We flew, James and myself.
And when you flew back, and who's James?
James is my son.
Okay. So when you flew back into town, did you fly into Manchester or into Boston or somewhere else?
Boston, Logan.
Okay. Did you come back to Manchester that same day after you got off the flight?
I did.
Okay. And did you go to visit 77 Guilford Street? Did you go home?
I did.
Let me ask you, when you got home, did you see Harmony there?
I did.
Where did you see her?
I seen her standing in the kitchen.
And when you saw her in the kitchen, how did she look to you?
She had a black eye.
Can you describe it for us? How did the black eye look?
Full, like a raccoon's eye, black and blue.
Black and blue?
Yes.
And when you say full, what do you mean by full? Can you give us a good
All the
example?
way around.
All the way around. And I see just there you were pointing to your right eye. Did you see it on her right eye?
I honestly can't recall, but I think the left.
Okay, you think the left. Okay. I appreciate that for your honesty there. You said you saw her in the kitchen with this black eye?
Yes.
Okay. So when you saw her in the kitchen with this black eye, what, if anything, did you say? It's okay. Take your time.
Something along the words of, "Oh my fucking God, what did you do, Harmony?"
And who answered that question?
My nephew Adam,
Where was he?
standing right behind her.
And what did Adam say?
She didn't do anything. I bashed her around the fucking house.
Did Harmony ever say anything in response to the question, or just Adam saying, "I bashed her around the fucking house"?
I think just Adam.
How did Adam say this?
How did he say it?
Yes. Or let's put it this way. Can you say it the way that he said it so that we understand?
I'm not sure. If I had to describe it to the best of my ability, it would be like a cocky son of a bitch.
Did Adam tell you why he bashed her around the house and caused the black eye?
He did.
What did he say?
He said he was in the bathroom moving his bowels, and that he put Harmony in charge to watch Declan, and when he came out, Harmony had her hands over his mouth, and I guess his lips were supposedly blue. That's what was explained.
That's what Adam explained to you?
Correct.
And after he explained that, how did he say he caused the black eye?
I bashed her around the fucking house.
Was there anybody else in the kitchen when Adam said this to you?
Just the three of us.
Just you, Adam, and Harmony?
Harmony.
Let me ask you, did you stay at your house that night?
I did.
What about the night after that?
I left the following morning.
Did you ever stay in the house after that? Overnight?
I did not.
When you heard this from Adam, who did you tell about what Adam told you and seeing the black eye? Who did you tell?
You want names?
Yes, please.
Told my mom. Told my son's mother, Christina. Told my sister, Erin. My brothers, Sean, Michael, and Richard. I told one of Adam's friends, Nick and Aaron. I told Harmony's mom, Crystal. I told Harmony's foster mom, Michelle. I think I told my sister Janine, my mother Helen. That's kind of what I remember. Could you just repeat the question again?
That's all right. I believe you answered the question.
Okay.
Let me ask, did you also make any calls to the what's called DCYF, or the Division of Children, Youth, and Families?
I did.
And the Nicholas and the Aaron that you referred to, is that Nicholas the same person as Nicholas Ahern?
Yes.
And is that Aaron the same person as Aaron Rue?
Yes.
Why did you tell all these people? Why did you call DCYF about this?
Say that again?
Yes. Why did you tell all of these people?
To get help.
Help for who?
For Harmony.
Did you ever see Harmony after that day?
I did.
When did you see her? And by when, I mean what time of year?
What time of year?
Yes. Mr. Montgomery, did you, and let me change my questions a little bit for a minute here. Did you see Harmony again in September of 2019?
I believe so.
Okay. And let me ask, on when you did see her, was it at 77 Guilford Street?
Yes.
And was that before Adam was evicted from the home?
Yes.
Did you see Harmony after they were evicted from the home?
No.
Mr. Montgomery, I'm going to go ahead and show you State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize this person?
Yes.
And who is this?
That's my nephew, Adam Montgomery.
After Adam told you about causing Harmony's black eye, did you have any further conversations with him about that incident?
I did.
And what did he say to you in that later conversation about this black eye incident?
What did he say to me in the later conversation about the black eye?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure what you exactly mean.
I'm about to say, let me back up and I'll clarify. Attorneys need to ask very clear questions. So you've described for this jury about seeing Harmony's black eye and Adam telling you that he bashed her all around the fucking house. Did you talk with Adam about that black eye at a different time, at a later time?
I did.
Okay. And at that later time, what did he say about having bashed Harmony around the house?
Could I explain?
So, if we could approach for a minute, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. We just needed a minute to talk there. What I'd like to do is I'd like to ask I apologize, let me ask a very clear question about this second conversation. When you were later speaking with Adam about this black eye incident, did he apologize to you for having hit Harmony?
Just yes or no, right?
With regards to the question, yes. Did he apologize to you? Did he say he was sorry for having hit Harmony?
Yes.
He did. Going into the fall of 2019, after the eviction, and then going into 2020, did you try to get in touch with Adam, with the defendant?
Give me the time frame again.
Yes. After the eviction, so in the fall of 2019, and going into the next January, February of 2020, and then going into the summer of 2020, did you try to get a hold of Adam?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to do so?
I got a hold of somebody on Facebook.
Okay. But what about Adam?
It's hard to remember.
If I can withdraw that question, Your Honor, I'll ask a different question. With regards to that, you said you got a hold of somebody on Facebook. Were you able to go into a conversation on Facebook, or were you ever blocked on Facebook?
Summer of 2020, correct?
Yep, fall of 2019 into the summer of 2020.
Right. The pandemic happened in 2020, right?
Yes, sir.
Like March, right? So that's like my first summer in Florida. Yes, I got. I believe I got in touch with someone on Kayla's account through Facebook Messenger that summer.
Okay. What about with one of Adam's accounts?
No, I think I was blocked.
All right, so Mr. Montgomery, I just have one other quick set of questions for you. And thank you for being patient with me today while I made sure that I was asking the correct questions of you. With regards to what you've talked about for us, one thing, and I'm sure you may be asked about this in a moment, so I'd like to save people some time now. Have you been convicted of 2 felonies out of this court within the last 10 years?
Yes.
And was one of those a conviction in 2015 for being a felon in possession of a weapon?
Yes.
And was one of those a conviction in 2016 for a theft by unauthorized taking?
Yes.
Okay. And from those, have you completed your sentence that was there, and those are all finished now at this point?
Yes.
Lastly, Mr. Montgomery, I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 97. Do you recognize this person?
I do.
And who is this?
It's Harmony.
I believe you said your recollection was that it may have been Harmony's left eye that you saw blackened.
I believe so.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you, Mr. Montgomery. Thank you very much for your time. I believe defense counsel may have a few after we speak with the court.
Counsel, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Montgomery. Are you able to hear me okay?
Right now, yes.
Great. Let me know if you can. My name is Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam, okay? I'll also ask you some questions, but I'll try to be fairly quick. You indicated that you returned to the Guilford Street address on the 22nd of July, 2019?
I believe I said the 22nd or the 23rd.
One or the other. Could have been the 22nd, could have been the 23rd.
Excuse me?
So it would be either the 22nd or the 23rd of July that you were there,
Correct.
and you ended up having a conversation with Adam. Correct?
Yes.
And this conversation included Adam, yourself, and Harmony in the kitchen, right?
Say that again?
The conversation took place in the kitchen.
Correct.
Harmony was there, right?
Yes.
You were there.
Yes.
Adam was there.
Correct. Yes.
Nobody else to your recollection was there.
No.
No other adult was within earshot of this conversation as far as you knew?
No.
And the conversation was prompted because you saw a black eye on Harmony.
Correct.
You indicated that Adam said that she didn't do anything.
Correct.
In response to your question of, oh my God, what happened? You said,
Oh my
Harmony
God,
didn't do
what the
anything?
fuck did you do? I think I said.
Okay. And as part of this conversation, Adam talked about finding Harmony suffocating Declan.
Hands over the mouth, I stated.
And with the hands over the mouth, Declan was turning blue.
Lips were blue,
Lips
is
were
what
blue.
I recollect.
5 months old at the time.
Declan, roughly something like that, yeah.
You said that he made a comment and sounded cocky.
Yes.
Also could have been sarcasm.
Not in my opinion, if that's what you're asking.
But he did express concern regarding Declan and the blue lips.
Yes.
You later made a report to DCYF.
Yes.
That report was approximately a week later.
Correct.
Would July 29th of 2022, I'm sorry, July 29 of 2019, would that sound correct to you?
Roughly about a weekish later, 7-8 days or something. Is that what? Yeah, approximate, I guess. It's going back a while.
Roughly 7 to 8 days, and this was after you had returned to Florida?
After I was back in
I'm sorry,
New
back-
Hampshire, right? Is that what you're asking? After I came home?
Right. But
Yes.
You didn't go back to you didn't stay at the house except for that one night. Did you go back to Florida or did you go back to Massachusetts?
No, I went to Massachusetts.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. I don't have anything further.
Just briefly, please, Your Honor. Mr. Montgomery, about that, you were just asked a moment ago whether, I think you were asked a moment ago with regards to Adam, you were asked a moment by Attorney Brooks about him sounding cocky and whether that might also be some sort of sarcasm. When he said, I bashed her all around the fucking house, did that sound like sarcasm to you?
No.
And when you asked Harmony, oh my God, what the fuck happened to you? Were you asking about her eye?
I did. I was.
At any point, did the defendant tell you that he had just jerked her away from Declan?
No.
And at any point when you were asked a moment ago on cross-examination about Declan's lips being blue, I want to make sure that's clear. That's not something that you saw, right? That's what the defendant told you had happened.
Yes, correct. That's what I was told.
From the defendant, that's what he says.
Correct.
Let me ask one last question with regards to your understanding. When Adam said that he bashed him all around the fucking house, do you feel that you have somehow conflated what Adam had said?
Conflated? Could you explain, please?
Confused one action for another? Do you think that Adam, when he
Say
said
that.
about, yes.
State it again,
So let me
please.
restate that. With regards to confusing one issue for another, or conflated what Adam had said, with regards to that, do you feel that you may have been mistaken that when he said that he bashed her all around the fucking house with regards to the black eye, that he was actually talking about just jerking her away from Declan?
I wasn't confused.
Thank you. No further questions.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is just a little past 12:30, so this is a perfect time to break for lunch. I will remind you that you are not to discuss this case, not with each other or with anybody else. While I've indicated to you that you can check your phones on a break or during lunch, you cannot read any media. Make sure all your banners or notifications are turned off. You are not to view any media related to this case. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up any of the names that you've heard throughout this case. And I'll have you come back at 1:30 and we will resume evidence at that time. Please rise for the jurors, everyone. You may be seated.
Just to clarify, Mr. Montgomery is excused. States is not.
He may be excused if, any objection?
No objection.
Okay, yes, he's excused. With the understanding, Attorney Agati, that excused means he's not going to be called now or later.
Yes, Your Honor. In this instance, I think the state can agree.
Okay. So that is what I mean by excuse. So if we don't all agree that that's what excused means, then we should maybe revisit that after the lunch break, or so that everybody can take a look at it. Okay. Did we need to address any other matters now?
I think, Your Honor, just after the break, we might want to address that one thing with regards to Michelle Raftery, excuse me. But other than that, no defense counsel.
You mean Michelle Raftery?
Michelle Raftery. I apologize. I think other than that, Your Honor, the other things can certainly wait until after the break. There's nothing right now that we need to
Okay, I just don't want to, I guess I want to know what we're going to talk about so that we can make sure we're starting on time with them. So if we want to have some legal arguments about something, let's talk about what that will be, and then I can tell you when you should come back so that we can do that rather than holding them.
If we can just have a look.
Sure.
we should probably need to come back and discuss. One is with regards to Michelle Rafferty's ability to sit in on the rest of the trial. The state feels that she is entitled to do that under the Victims' Bill of Rights, specifically RSA 21-M:(K-8. She is considered to be a family member, and so as a result, she has that right to do that, even though she has been a witness. And even though she may be a witness, depending on what the defendant puts forward in their case in chief, if they choose to present, or who chooses to present. So I would say that's issue number one that we would have to discuss. Issue number two is, at this point, based upon the defendant's representations with regard to Anthony Badero and his behavior as alleged, Mr. Badero, I believe, already has counsel for a different matter, but we should probably set some time aside to have a very quick Richards hearing, because we do anticipate that Mr. Badero is going to be called as a witness in this case.
Do you have any sense of when you might call him? I mean,
Not this week, Your Honor, I can say that, certainly not tomorrow. So I believe it would not be until next week. With regards to his specific time, I would anticipate the early part of next week, Your Honor.
okay, so I think we will reach out to his counsel and see about some availability, maybe either towards the end of the day or early in the morning, either later this, I guess later this week is tomorrow, so, or early next week. But that counsel is going to need some information about,
I believe she has a lot of information already.
but does she know about what this is?
Yes, Your Honor. So he is currently represented, he's not currently represented on this matter, but he is currently represented by Attorney Ashley Sheehan.
Yes.
And so as a result, before we went to be able to subpoena him and to be able to speak with him as part of witness prep, we informed her. And so with that, I know that she is up to speed with regards to the issues that may be here. Not
But
necessarily
the issue
this
that,
issue.
well, okay, but that's the
that
issue.
we have to get
So I
up to
think,
speed on.
so why don't we do this then? Rather than have the court contact her, the clerk's office, why don't I suggest, you tell me if you disagree with this, why don't I suggest that the state contact her to get to, the defense and the state can talk about what the issue is so that she's apprised. Find out her availability. She's going to need to be in touch with the witness, and then everybody would be here. We could do it before court on one, at 8:30 on one of the mornings.
I can tell you, I think she'll be able to do that in short order. It's our understanding that she was intending to be in the courtroom when he was testifying anyway.
Okay.
This particular matter, so we should be able to get that again in short order.
Okay, so the sooner you can let us know, we can all, talk about the scheduling of this. And then we'll either do it before we start at 9. One of the Fridays I know is it this Friday? All right, during the break, I'm going to take a look. I know I have a short docket tomorrow morning at 9, so we won't start this at 9. I'll see if we can start at 9:30, but it might be 10. So maybe seeing about Monday morning. I don't know what you all think about that.
Certainly.
If not then.
We can move this testimony to a little bit later if we had to.
Okay. Okay.
The last issue, I'm going to go ahead and let Attorney Knowles address, considering that specifically that Demetrios Saros is going to be one of the state's witnesses who's going to be called today, and it's with regards to statements that defense counsel made in the
Your Honor, I will say that the state, in listing witnesses that were going to be called today, did not mention Mr. Saros.
I'm sure he's right on the slip. I gave you guys that sticky.
He was. He was not, but we will figure out a way to deal.
All right, well, he had looked for the paper but either way, it sounds like we're going to be able to continue the testimony. So what is the issue that you wanted to raise? And is this as to this afternoon's witness?
It is.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, Your Honor, I believe it was on the sticky note we provided to the defense.
Okay.
That said, Your Honor, and excuse me. I apologize.
It's okay.
In opening statements, defense opening statements, the defense mentioned an opinion offered by this witness as to his findings regarding any abuse or neglect that occurred regarding the call that we just heard about from the last witness. Excuse me. And it's the state's position that opened the door to the basis of that opinion. The state being able to challenge the basis, the information that witness had regarding the abuse, regarding the investigation, information that he received prior to authoring that opinion, the witnesses that he spoke with, the information that he learned from them, as well as his observations, who was present when he interviewed the child. Again, that information was offered by the attorney at opening.
Basically, what they said was that he would say that he did not notice. What was it that you said? I can go back and look. But
it was both that he did not notice that essentially that the report was unsubstantiated, which is the terminology that DCYF uses in closing a report. That it's either substantiated or unsubstantiated. And
so
he offered to the jury that the report was unsubstantiated. And I would just say, Your Honor, this would be the equivalent of asking an officer who testifies their ultimate opinion of guilt or innocence of the defendant. And so under 703, the rule on expert testimony, when such an opinion is offered, an expert opinion, which was unnoticed to the state can then, or the person that's challenging that evidence, so not the moving party or the proponent of that evidence, but the other party can then challenge that evidence, and inadmissible, what would otherwise be admissible, becomes relevant and admissible once that opinion is offered. And that opinion was given to the jurors. And I would argue that bell cannot be unrung, and that we get to challenge that opinion.
And what is it that you want to say? So what is it that you want to get into then?
The statements that he was provided by the statements that he was provided that led to his investigation, the statements, the witnesses that he spoke to, what he was told, what he reviewed.
So you want to get into the whole investigation that led to the determination that it was unsubstantiated.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, let me see what the defense has to say, and then I may have some more questions. Go ahead.
Sure. So the 703, it's not applicable, Your Honor. This is not expert testimony. We're talking about a factual finding, or a lack of a factual finding, rather, made by a fact-gathering witness. So this is no expert opinion.
But whether expert or not expert, I guess the question then becomes, if you're going to ask him, you deemed this unsubstantiated, why could they not talk about all of the information that went into the ultimate conclusion?
Well, I think that perhaps they could, but as long as also it allows for Harmony's own words to be used and what she said, and the circumstances surrounding her being interviewed alone. There can't be cherry picking.
Well, although you're basically, you put in information that then leads them to open the door to the information that you actually want to get in. That seems a little suspect, Attorney Brooks, no? In fact, I'll look, but I think there's some law on you opening the door for the purposes of getting in otherwise inadmissible
I'm not opening my own
information.
door, Your Honor. I'm not allowed to do that. But the state, in turn, shouldn't be able to just selectively pick various things. And I have no idea at this point what they would be seeking to introduce. Perhaps we can have a discussion about that during the break. But this is not a 703 or an expert situation. 703 is inapplicable. Again,
It does feel that it leaves the jury with a misleading impression if you just get to say, he reported, Kevin Montgomery reported this to you, and ultimately you deemed it unsubstantiated. And that is my concern. So, and then it does seem that your expectation would be that they would then get to put in the other parts of that, the rest of the investigation, which would include the statements that you would like to get in, which would be Harmony's statements. I mean, isn't that sort of the natural?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the state is seeking to get in. I'm not sure what from the DCYF investigation they're seeking to get in, or the limitations of that investigation, or the fact that there may have been subsequent information that Saros did not have. I don't know.
Let me ask you, Attorney Knowles, what are you trying to get into?
The substance of the investigation.
I know, but what is the substance beyond that Harmony had said that, because what you don't, well, let me start here. If I let you get into what you want to get into, and then the state says, well, if you say that, then we want to get into Harmony's statements, is that acceptable to you, that it just all comes in, everything about the investigation?
I can have just a moment.
Sure.
Your Honor, the state's fine with getting into Harmony's statement, but understanding that that statement was not made alone, this was just represented. She wasn't alone when that statement was made.
And the balance of the information that you want to admit with respect to the defense having said that it was unsubstantiated is what?
The substance of the statement that the caseworker received in responding to the call and initiating the investigation, what he did with that information.
But can you just tell me what it is?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
I'm just trying to understand where we're going with this so we don't end up in the middle of trial. So
Right.
go ahead.
So it's Kevin Montgomery's call, his repeated calls to DCYF.
And the substance of those calls, or just that he's?
Substance of those calls.
Okay.
Now would admit those through the witness.
Okay, so the substance of those calls being what? Tell me, walk me through what you want to admit here. And I'll give you a chance to respond. I'm just trying to get the lay of the land here. You all have this discovery. I don't have this.
So I'm looking at Bates 2084.
Yep.
Reporter is hard to follow and understand. Reporter said that he came back from Florida on Monday, July 22nd, 2019. And his 4-year-old niece had a shiner from her 29-year-old father. Reporter said that the reasons for the shiner was that the father gave an ass whooping because the 4-year-old had been left alone with the 2-month-old, the 6-month-old, while the father was in the bathroom. Reporter heard from her niece and nephew that the baby had been crying, screaming, so the 4-year-old had to put a hand over the 2-month-old's mouth. Father said that the 4-year-old did this very tight and very hard. Father said that he had beaten the dog shit out of her. When reporter left for Florida, there was one running water in the home, and now the electric had been shut off. And I'm just reading the statement.
Okay, basically, you just want to get in. You want to get in the rest of Kevin Montgomery's statement.
Correct. I want to get into the rest of his statements, but I also want to get.
You had Kevin Montgomery on the stand, so I'm.
Right.
So I'm not sure why we're having this conversation.
So, Judge.
Yeah.
Again, the defense rung this bell. They opened the door under the opening the door doctrine, which I believe I've briefed for this court previously. It makes evidence that would otherwise be inadmissible, hearsay, relevance, admissible. Our argument is that evidence, those statements, in addition to what Demetrios, the witness who will testify, did with those statements, what he did with the information, or what he didn't do, that now becomes admissible. It allows
Why
us.
was that, though, what you just read to me, not admissible through Kevin Montgomery, who you had on the stand?
It's offered for another purpose, to challenge that witness's opinion that was offered to the jury. To say, this is the information that you received. Let's talk about what you.
So so you essentially, okay, now I think I'm understanding maybe better. You want to undermine the fact that he came to an opinion that this was unsubstantiated by using, just strengthening the statements made by Kevin Montgomery to him. So you want to basically say, he told you all of these things and you still found it unsubstantiated.
Contacted you on this date, on this date.
Okay.
And, okay,
Yes. And what he did with that information, Your Honor.
and what did he do with that information?
I think the evidence believed that he did nothing with that information, Judge. He contacted the police and told them it was a non-issue without seeing the child.
Okay, so,
When he saw the child, he saw an injury to the child, which was also discussed to the jurors. And he still found it unsubstantiated. Investigating.
okay, so why, so putting aside, the Kevin Montgomery's additional statements, do we all agree that Mr. Soros could testify? You were, it's my understanding, it's your plan to elicit that ultimately he made a finding that the report was unsubstantiated. And then the state is going to say, so even though, this, Mr. Kevin Montgomery contacted you and told you all of these things, you didn't follow up, that's right, you didn't do anything further, that's right, and ultimately you came to that conclusion that's unsubstantiated. That, we can all agree that that's admissible so far, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just to be clear, though, and I don't think the state is suggesting this, but just so there's no misunderstanding, Mr. Montgomery made
Mr. Kevin Montgomery, yeah.
made a lot of phone calls, continued on and on and on for months into, I think, 2000.
Okay.
After Harmony was even gone, making all kinds of sets of allegations. Obviously, that would not be coming in. The door isn't open to everything or anything. And also tangential to the concern about the black eye, which was reported on the 29th, there was also think about a spoon or potential drug activity. And obviously that is not something that should be allowed to get into.
Okay. So let's put aside the drug information for a moment. It sounds like we are not in disagreement, except that the statements by Kevin Montgomery, I mean, you can say, now you got a call from Mr. Kevin Montgomery, and he contacted you, and he informed you that he was aware of this abuse, and then what did you do? And you can follow up, because it's your view that it's what he didn't do that undermines the defense view that this is unsubstantiated and therefore did not occur. So I think that is admissible. But I don't know about all of the hearsay statements from a witness you just put on the stand and didn't elicit the additional statements from. I'm not convinced about that.
Well then, Judge, I would move to strike. I move to admonish the defense for making that statement to the jury.
No. Take a minute, yes.
Your Honor, the state seeks to challenge the basis of the opinion that was offered to the jury. The basis including what this witness was told about Kevin Montgomery, what he did with that information. So challenging the basis of what he was told. And I would note that that includes drug use. That was part of the report. It wasn't just the black eye, it was drug use. And when the witness went to the home, he saw evidence of drug use. He saw drug paraphernalia, and still he found that the report was unfounded. So it's the basis, the foundation of his report, the foundation of the opinion that he gave, that the abuse was unsubstantiated, that this claim, and this is a specific claim which was unfounded. It's report number 826330, which includes claims of the abuse, claims of drug use.
Okay. So I think what they're trying to do is just, they're trying to argue if you put in the information that it was deemed unsubstantiated, they can challenge that, the basis for that finding. Do you have any objections?
Sure,
to
but
that?
I think the context of the opening statement was very clear about what there was not evidence of. So if I'm hearing the state correctly, they are seeking to introduce evidence about drug use.
Yes. They are, what they are arguing is that if you cross-examine that witness to say, you did an investigation, and you found that it was unsubstantiated, that they get to challenge that. That is, and basically undermine his opinion to say, you found it unsubstantiated, even though you found, abuse and neglect unsubstantiated, even though there was evidence of drug use in the house, even though there were several reports, there was this report of a black eye, and you didn't go to the house, you didn't do X, Y, and Z. That's what they want to do if you are going to bring in the evidence that it is unsubstantiated.
Okay. Fair enough. I can certainly not use that word, but I think at the same time I should be able to elicit the facts, the observations that he saw and did not see with regard to the state's second-degree assault charge. He was there to investigate that.
Okay, so then I'm thinking that what you are going to want is some kind of curative instruction about the finding that it was unsubstantiated if now the defense is not intending to go down that road. And I really need to give the staff a break, so we're going to...
We could discuss that maybe over the break.
Is he going to be the first witness that you're going to call?
He's not going to be the very first witness, Your Honor, that will hold on. Just thinking briefly, he's going to be a third witness that we call.
Okay, so maybe we may have a little bit of time in the mid-afternoon break, but I am going to, I do want to have us come to some conclusion about this beforehand. So
if I can just clarify, Your Honor, from our perspective. So with regards to if the defendant is intending to ask about his findings, and then what his observations are, certainly relative to those findings, then the state is seeking to ask about what his other observations were and what he did or did not do before he reached those findings. And our position is that those findings have already been talked about now in opening argument, with the implication that the conclusion was made that this was unfounded. So in essence, the door has been opened, the bell has been rung, that there is a finding out there that this event was unfounded, despite what Kevin Montgomery just testified to or the other work that was done. If that's there, and if we're going to be talking about the findings of what did Mr. Saros do, then the state should be able to ask also what else did Mr. Saros know, and what else did he do and not do. So it's
what do you mean, what did he know in terms of that investigation, right?
Yes,
okay.
Not in terms
okay.
of
I just want to make sure
why
we are
investigation
just talking
or
about this investigation.
this
Okay, and then so there's
investigation.
basically
You are right.
two questions on the table. If they go down the road to challenge Mr. Soros's findings in any way, it is your view that you want to talk about what did he know in coming to those findings and what did he do or not do in coming to those findings only as it relates to that particular investigation. And if the defense is now saying, maybe we don't want to go down that road, then we've got to talk about, I understand it's your view that they rang the bell and in any event you get to do all of it. And I'm not yet convinced, so I guess Attorney Brooks, you're going to have to make a very, very clear decision about that.
Oh, and I think the decision will be clear.
What if you have the decision?
Sure, I'm not going to ask for if he made a specific finding as part of his obligation as a DCYF person.
Then you need to be thinking about the issue about a curative instruction if I don't say that you've already opened the door to it. Okay? So we're going to go off the record now.
Okay.
Because I do want the staff to take a break. If you want to say something to me off the record, I will listen to it, but then we can put it on the record, but otherwise we're going to think about where we are. Okay? All right. Thank you, everybody.
deal with, and we could still be able to start at 9.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm gonna confirm that, but that's my hope.
We'll be here.
All right, to the jury.
Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Katie Moore to the stand. Ms. Moore, you can say anything, you just raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Okay, you can have a seat, make yourself comfortable. And there's a microphone right in front of you. Just make sure that you're talking into that. Can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Katie, Katie, Morin, Morin.
And what's your date of birth, Ms. Morin?
6/10/78.
What city and state do you currently reside in?
Laconia, New Hampshire.
And how long have you lived in Laconia?
About 3 years.
How are you presently employed
I work in retail.
in retail? And how long have you done that? How long have you worked in retail?
My whole life, about 20 years, probably.
And what's your highest level of education, Ms. Morin?
GED.
Do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell these jurors how you know Adam Montgomery?
We were in a rehab facility together, and then we became romantically involved for a little bit.
What year would that have been in that you were romantically involved with the defendant, Adam Montgomery?
2021.
And, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm showing the witness what's been published as State's Exhibit 101. Ms. Moore, do you recognize
Yes, I do.
the individual that's depicted there?
Yes, I do.
And who is that individual?
It's Adam Montgomery.
That was the individual that you were romantically involved with in 2021?
Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not the defendant was married at that time?
I was.
And did he ever tell you anything about his wife?
Not just that they hadn't seen each other in a while.
Do you remember providing a statement to an officer with the Manchester Police Department back in February of 2022?
I do.
And that statement was regarding the defendant, is that right?
It was.
Do you think that seeing that statement would refresh your recollection of what the defendant may have said to you about his spouse, about his wife?
No, I recall.
Okay. And what do you recall him saying about his wife?
That she would do anything for him.
That she would do anything for him? During the time that you were romantically involved with the defendant, did he ever discuss his children?
He did.
So you were aware that he had children?
I was.
Was there a particular discussion with the defendant that stood out to you about
Yes.
the children? And
Yeah.
tell us about that.
We were at lunch one day and just talking about our children in general, and he stated that the worst thing that had ever happened or he had done was he walked out of the bathroom and Harmony was suffocating the baby. So he backhanded her I don't know if it was as a reaction is the way it was told to me, to stop her from suffocating.
So he said he backhanded her.
Yes.
Did he say what the result of that backhand was?
He said he hit her glasses, so she ended up with a black eye.
Did he describe anything about that black eye that you just mentioned?
No.
In that conversation where he discussed causing that black eye, did he say that he had nudged Harmony out of the way?
I don't recall.
He said he backhanded her.
I don't recall his exact verbiage.
Did he ever discuss other children with you?
Yes.
And what were those discussions? What was the substance of those discussions?
He's told me that he had 5 children, all under the age of 7. They all had the same mom. At one point, I asked him to go to Maine with me when I was leaving, and he said he would be too far away from his kids, so he could not.
If I could have just a moment. Thank you, Ms. Moore. No additional questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Nicholas Ahern. Mr. Ahern, if you can just remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
You can have a seat and make yourself comfortable. Mr. Ahern, can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Nicholas Ahern, Nicholas. Ahern, Ahern.
Thank you. And Mr. Ahern, what city and state do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
My entire life.
How old are you?
34.
Mr. Ahern, what do you do for a living?
I do construction, metal framing, drywall,
Framing and drywall?
Yep.
How long have you done that?
since I was like 20.
It's 14 years.
Yeah, a long time.
What's the highest level of education you've obtained?
I think it was 11th grade.
And did you get your GED?
No, I went right into the trade.
Do you know someone named Adam Montgomery, Mr. Ahern?
Yes, I do.
Yes?
Mr. Ahern, I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 101.
Yes.
Do you recognize that individual?
Yes, that's Adam Montgomery.
And how long have you known Mr. Montgomery?
I want to say since I was like 18. So, yeah, a long time.
Are you aware of him having any children?
Yeah, I know he has a couple.
Are you aware of a daughter?
Yes. Yes,
Have you ever seen his daughter?
yes, once.
Do you know her name?
Harmony.
What can you tell us about that one time that you saw Harmony?
She came out of the house and she had marks on her face, which was a black eye.
Okay, and so let's unpack that a little bit. When you say she came out of the house, what house did she come out of?
I think it was Guilford Street, yeah.
Is that the house that she lived in? Was that your understanding?
Yes, that's where they lived.
So were you visiting the defendant when you
Yes.
saw Harmony?
Yes.
And what were you doing when Harmony came out of the house?
Just sitting out front talking to Adam.
What time of year was this?
Summertime, I want to say around July.
Do you remember what year?
I think it was 2019.
And let's talk about that injury that you saw. What can you tell the jury about it?
It was a pretty severe injury. At the time, I questioned Adam, what happened, and he told me that she acquired it during a soccer accident. Yeah.
When you say severe injury, what did you see? Can you explain to this jury what made it severe in your opinion?
Her eyes were blackened. Yeah, it was pretty intense in the moment. Yeah.
Was it concerning to you?
It was, but he told me that she acquired it during a soccer accident. I have kids, so I understand, accidents happen. So.
Do you know someone named Kevin Montgomery?
Yes.
At some point after you saw that injury to Harmony, did you have a conversation with Kevin?
Yes, he contacted me.
And I'm not asking you for the substance, just whether or not.
Yes.
And you said he contacted you, is that right?
Yes.
When Harmony came out of the house, about how long did you see her for?
Maybe 4 seconds. It was quick.
Why was it quick?
Because he told her to go back inside.
And sorry, when you say he told her to go back
Sorry,
inside,
Adam Montgomery told her to go back inside.
can you tell the jury how he told her to get back inside?
He was, Adam was forcive. He just, basically told her to go in, and he kind of walked her up to the door and shut it.
About how old was Harmony when you saw her that day?
I want to say maybe 5, something like that. 5.
How would you describe her when you saw her come out for those 4 seconds?
She was just standing there, just looking. No real body movement, just standing there.
And when the defendant forcefully told her to go back inside, did she obey?
Yes.
If I could have just a moment.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. No additional questions, Your Honor.
Counsel,
No questions, Your Honor.
you may step down.
And we'd ask that this witness be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
All right, you may be excused.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Deputy Sheriff Paul Mott. Sorry, just a moment, Your Honor. Would you like me to just check in the hallway?
Sure.
I'll set you on. Deputy Sheriff Paul Montgomery.
Careful with the wires, please.
Deputy, if you just please remain standing when you get there for a brief moment. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. And Deputy, as we're being recorded here today for the record, would you please go ahead, state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for us?
Paul-Montrey, Paulmontrey.
Okay. And I bet I already know the answer, but where are you currently employed, sir?
Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. How long have you worked for them?
7 years.
7 years so far. Okay. And with regards to your employment with them, did you ever work in any other sort of law enforcement before working for the Sheriff's Office?
I started in New York City in 1985, NYPD,
Whereabouts in the city?
Lower Manhattan and Brooklyn.
Okay. How long were you there?
5 years.
5 years, okay. And after that, any other sort of law enforcement
Town of
experience?
Henniker for 5 years.
Okay.
Merrimack County Sheriff's Office for 20. State for 2. And now I'm here part-time.
And
Hillsborough County.
when you say state for 2, what agency did you work for those 2
Quality
years?
Control DMV.
Okay. And what were some of your day-to-day duties for them?
We basically dealt with trucks and inspection stations.
All right. So with regards to your duties now for the Hillsborough County Sheriffs, you said you're working for them part-time, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So what are your day-to-day duties? What do they look like?
Primarily transporting prisoners to and from the jail and the prison
Okay.
to the courts.
And let me ask you, do you ever, I'm about to say, when did you come back to do part-time again?
2019.
2019, okay. I want to specifically draw your attention to November 27th of 2019. And on that particular day, I'd like to ask...
2017, sorry.
2017 is when you
I
came
went
back.
to, yes,
Okay,
Hillsborough County.
that's all right. Let me be specific, though. Let me steer you to one day in 2019, just before Thanksgiving, November 27th, 2019. Did you help serve or were you present for an eviction notice at 77 Guilford Street in Manchester that day?
I was.
Okay. And I wondered if you could explain a little bit for the jurors just for an eviction process, what is the role of the deputy sheriff? What are you there to do?
So we have a court order that's evicting whoever's there on the premises. I was a second deputy. I'm assisting the primary deputy. Usually we send 2 guys. And for some reason, I don't know what, his partner was tied up with something else, so they sent me over. And I just assisted with posting the property and having the people leave.
And typically, how long does this process take to do an eviction? Just typically in your experience, I mean.
We usually give them 10 to 15 minutes to get some belongings and skedaddle.
Okay. And on this particular one at Guilford Street, do you have any recollection of roughly how long that took?
Probably 10 to 15 minutes, the ordinary time.
Was there anything about that eviction that necessarily stands out to you, or was it just a very typical eviction for you?
Pretty much the same as all others.
Okay.
There were a lot of clothes around. It was kind of dirty. And there were a couple children there. And there was a male and a female.
Okay. And when you say male and female, and you say male, female, and children, so the male and the female, are they both adults?
Adults, yes.
Okay. And then the children, do you remember how many there were?
I couldn't tell you for sure.
Okay.
There were a couple. I would say at least 2, but I can't tell you if there was any more than that.
Okay. Where did they go at the end of the eviction?
They got into their vehicle and they left.
Okay. And with regards to the home, what happens to home when an eviction takes place?
So we post it with no trespass stickers.
Mhm.
And usually the landlord will come and change the locks.
Okay.
I don't recall if there was a landlord there that day. Sometimes they don't show up, and we just post it.
And I just want to make sure that I understand on this particular one. I believe you said before when you do an evictions, it's based upon an order from the court. Is that right? All right. Do you have a copy of that order when you go to do the eviction?
We do.
Okay.
I did not personally have that. That would have been my partner that had the paperwork.
Sorry, I need to be near the mic. Is that a routine practice of being a let me try this in English. Is that a routine practice of the sheriff's office to make sure that a copy of that order is in hand before the eviction is done?
In our hand, yes.
In your hand?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any reason to believe that's not what happened that day?
Not at all.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Deputy. I don't have any further questions for you. Defense counsel may have a comment.
Okay.
No questions, thank you.
All right. You may sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Statement call its next witness. Yes. Sometimes things go more quickly than we think. Oftentimes they go more slowly than we think, but sometimes they do go more quickly than we anticipate. This is one of those times. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you take a break as soon as the next witness is ready, and we're ready to take their testimony. We will call you back in. We hope that will be in the next 10 to 15 minutes. All right? So same rules apply, not to talk about the evidence, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research, and we will call you back in as soon as we can. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so counsel, are we going to need still to have you speak to that witness before we are able to take the witness?
We should. I think both sets of counsel should be able to ask that question. So where we're going from there. I imagine probably be best practice for us to come in and report to you what that answer is, so that we can have an answer on which way to proceed.
I think it'll be a quick process.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just thinking that while we are in that waiting posture, is there anything we can accomplish so that you know which question you just need to ask? The only question is whether someone else was there. Do you want to approach for just a minute?
Yes, sir. I have to just say that he's here. So would you like us to approach right now, or would you like us to go get that answer and then approach?
Get the answers you need, and then I will wait, and I'll have the court monitor take a break until you're ready. You can take a break. No, you can go off the record.
Unless it's just one question and you want to come right back in. Why don't you go ask the question? We'll stay here. If you can stay on the record if you want to take a break. Feel free.
Your Honor. We did have an opportunity to ask him with regards to that question of whether or not he spoke before. And Attorney Brooks can correct me if I'm wrong, but his statement is that he cannot recall. He said that typically there would be a practice to try to speak with a child alone, but that didn't always happen, or that a parent could either be nearby or in the room. So he doesn't have a recollection of whether he spoke before.
Okay, so he doesn't know. Okay. So where does that leave us with regard to, you're just, why don't I ask you, Attorney Brooks, we were talking about what you were going to ask, or the other way is just to proceed. I mean, as you know, as state's already indicated, they're going to be looking to challenge him to the extent that you try to get into any opinions, concerns, findings, any of that.
I don't plan on stepping there.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's okay.
We're all set.
Okay. Everybody thinks we have a good enough understanding of where things stand? Yes? All right.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then let's bring in the jurors. All rise for the jury, please. Counsel, so after this witness, am I releasing them and having them come back at 8:45?
45, I anticipate a very full day.
Okay. Counsel, I'm sorry. Attorney Smith, did you hear that?
No.
After this witness, we'll be releasing them then for an 8:45 return tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's fine.
That's what I'm saying.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. The state may call its next witness.
Attorney of the state calls Demetrios Soros. And Mr. Soros, you can remain standing. Raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
You can make yourself comfortable. Can you start by providing, by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Yes. My name is Demetrios Tsaros. First name is Demetrios. Last name is Tsaros.
And Mr. Soros, I'm just going to ask that you speak as loud as you can.
Yeah, thank you. I will.
Mr. Soros, what city do you live in?
I live in Concord, New Hampshire. I apologize. I just moved. Pembroke, New Hampshire.
How long have you been a New Hampshire resident?
All my life.
And what do you currently do for a living?
I am a career level letter carrier for the Postal Service.
The U.S. Postal Service?
Yes, yes.
And how long have you worked in that capacity?
Since September of 2021.
Prior to September 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed as a CPSW, a Child Protective Service worker with the state of New Hampshire for DCYF.
And that acronym that you just gave, CPSW, what is? Can you tell the jurors what that means?
Yes, Child Protective Service worker.
How long did you work for DCYF?
Approximately 10 years.
And in your capacity as a caseworker for DCYF, did you have occasion to interact with someone named Adam Montgomery?
I did.
And calling your attention specifically to 2019, the summer of 2019, did you receive a report regarding Adam Montgomery?
I did.
Are you aware of whether or not he had children?
Not when I first received the report.
Was the report regarding one of his children?
Yes.
Which child was that?
Specifically, it was Harmony.
Harmony Montgomery.
I'm sorry, Harmony Montgomery.
And was that report regarding an injury to Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
Do you know who made that initial report?
I do not. It was anonymous.
Do you remember specifically when that report was made?
It was July of 2019, towards the end of the month. Specifically, it was either the 19th or the 29th.
Would looking at your report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So I'm showing the witness dates 2082.
July 29th, 2019.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, so if you could just turn that over. Let's face down.
And sir, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up so that all the jurors can hear you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And can you tell us that date again? I missed it.
July 29th, 2019.
And what did you do after your involvement on that call began?
I apologize. Could you be more specific?
So you got a report. What did you do after you received that report?
When I received the report, I initiated trying to make contact with the family in order to see them, see the family, see the children, ascertain safety.
And is that generally what you do, or is that what you did in this specific case?
Generally, that was the standard practice.
In this specific case, though, what did you do?
Specifically, tried to initiate contact. I ended up going out to the listed address in an effort to see the family.
Do you recall what that address was?
I believe it was 77 Guilford Street or Guilford Ave.
Tell us about that trip out to the 77 Guilford Street or Ave.
So I drove to the location, and as I pulled up, to the location, I noticed a person who I recognized as Adam Montgomery getting into a car.
And let me stop you there.
Yes.
Yes?
So, Mr. Soros, I'm going to show you what's been admitted and previously published. It's as State's Exhibit 101.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize the individual that's depicted there?
I do. That's Adam Montgomery.
So, when you said that you recognized the individual getting into a car, I believe?
Yes,
That was this Adam Montgomery?
it was.
Was anyone else present with him as he was getting into that vehicle?
There was a young girl, small girl.
That interaction, your observation of the defendant, Adam Montgomery, and the small girl who was with him, how long was that?
Not very long. Basically, as I was pulling up and getting ready to park, they were getting into the vehicle, and I can't remember exactly how far away I was, 30, 40 feet or so, when I was parking my car, and I observed them getting into the vehicle.
So you're parking your vehicle. Were you outside of your vehicle when you saw him, or were you still inside your vehicle?
I was still inside my vehicle.
And this young girl that you saw with the defendant, what was she doing?
Nothing really in particular, just, getting into the vehicle, her father helping her into the vehicle. Excuse me, I didn't know if it was her father at the time. The person, Adam, helping her into the vehicle.
Specifically with respect to that small female that you saw, how long were you able to observe her for before she got into the vehicle?
Maybe 10 seconds, 15 seconds, not a long period of time.
And this was from 30 to 40 feet away?
Correct.
I want to back up for just a moment. The child that you were going to see, it was a female, is that right?
Yes.
How long, sorry, let me strike that. Were you able to clearly see the child when you were in your car there?
I guess as clearly as I could from that distance.
Did you observe anything about the child other than her gender?
No, just It literally just looked like a small child, a female, getting into a car with someone.
How long were they parked there for before they drove away?
Not long. She got into the car. He then got into the car, and they drove away.
And you said the distance already, but was this on a public road, or were they in a driveway or something else?
A public road. They were parked on the side of the road in front of the house that I was going to.
During that home visit, did you interact with a child named Harmony Montgomery?
No.
Why not?
Aside from seeing her at that home visit, because she had left. She was the little girl that got into the car.
Is that something that you learned that day or at a later time?
That day.
While you were at the home attempting to make contact with Harmony, was there anything that drew your attention away as you were approaching the home?
Anything that drew my attention away?
Yes.
Nothing in particular.
Do you recall?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do you recall noting that there was a loud dog that was barking at you?
Yes. There was a loud dog, a large dog, barking at me from the property.
And was that before or after the defendant drove away with this young female?
I believe it was after. It was after they left. I approached the property.
So you were unsuccessful in seeing Harmony Montgomery that day?
Correct.
Did you attempt to follow up with the defendant?
I did.
Tell us about those attempts.
That was initiating a phone call and speaking with Adam and trying to arrange a home visit in which I could actually come and see and speak with Harmony.
When were those attempts? You mentioned a phone call. When was that phone call?
I think I would have to look at my notes to refresh my memory, but I believe it was later that day that I spoke with Adam on the phone.
Please do, if you believe that that would refresh your recollection.
Yes, it was later that day.
Did you also attempt to call the defendant on August 1st?
I again would have to refer to my notes.
Please do.
I did.
Did you speak to the defendant on August 1st?
I did.
What, if anything, did he tell you about Harmony's condition?
I would have to, again, look at my notes for details.
Please do. And just look up when your memory's been refreshed. Do you recall what, if anything, the defendant told you about Harmony's condition when you spoke to him on August 1st?
The contact I just reviewed, I was speaking to him about setting up the home visit and that he had, one of his children was not feeling well and he needed to take him to be seen.
And
So I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So we would not be able to have a home visit and it would have to be rescheduled.
And during that conversation, did he also tell you that he believed that Harmony had the same illness as his other child?
That I don't remember. I don't recall.
Do you think that that reviewing your notes would refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Please do. And Mr. Soros, is your memory refreshed?
Yes. And Adam did say that he believed Harmony now had the same illness or condition that his other child had.
That again was on August 1st.
Yes.
So 2 days after you went out?
Correct.
At any point during your response, did you have a face-to-face with Harmony Montgomery?
Could you ask me that again? I'm sorry.
At any point during your response, did you have a face-to-face interaction with Harmony Montgomery?
My response as far as my following up with the report.
Correct.
I did.
When was that?
I believe it was about a week later. The exact date, I don't remember.
Do you think that reviewing your report would refresh your recollection with respect to the date?
Yes.
Can you please do so?
Yes, it was August 7th, approximately a week later.
What, if anything, did you observe about Harmony's physical appearance when you saw her on August 7th?
Overall, excuse me, overall, she seemed...
So let me strike that question.
Yes.
Specifically, did you notice any markings or injury to her face?
I did notice a small red mark under one of her eyes and some redness with discoloration in the eye that was closest to that.
Did the defendant tell you anything regarding how that injury occurred?
He did. He said that he had bought the kids, he had 2 younger children, he bought the kids like foam swords or lightsabers, and that they were playing with them, and that Harmony was struck in the face, in the eye, and that's how she got that mark.
So, Mr. Soros, I want to switch gears, and I want to discuss January of 2020. On January 8th of 2020, did you make contact with the defendant?
I believe so. I would like to review my contacts, please.
I'm sorry, could you speak a little more loudly?
Yes, ma'am.
And repeat the answer to that question?
I do remember receiving a report then, and I don't remember the exact date and whether I made contact or not.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your report?
Yes. If may I?
In just a moment,
Yeah.
So feel free to review that and just look up when your memory can refresh.
Yes, it was January 8th, 2020.
And how did that communication occur?
I apologize, meaning how did I contact them?
Yes.
Oh, phone.
You spoke to him on the phone?
Yes.
And what, if anything, during that conversation did he say about Harmony Montgomery?
I believe it was that conversation. I would have to check my notes to make sure, because I can't remember if it was that conversation or later when meeting with him that he had told me that Harmony was now living with her biological mother.
Do you recall the specifics of what he said about how she came to be with her biological mother?
He had said that she was having visits with her mother, and again, I'd have to probably look at my notes again, but I believe due to their unstable housing situation that Harmony ended up staying with her mom.
Did you follow up with Crystal Sorey?
I did make an attempt. I called, and I believe I left a voicemail.
If I could have just a moment, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Soros. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Attorney Brooks?
Good afternoon, Mr. Saros.
Hello.
We met briefly beforehand. My name is Jamie Brooks, and I represent Mr. Montgomery. Just in terms of the timeline, a report came in on July 29th of 2019 regarding Harmony, correct?
Correct.
And specifically, it was that Adam had caused a black eye.
That was in the report. Someone referred, whomever it was that made the report referred to it as a shiner, which I interpret as a black eye.
And the report was made anonymously, but you knew the person to be Kevin Montgomery?
I did learn that later on.
So that day you went to the residence, the 29th.
Yes.
But it was a very fleeting encounter. Adam and Harmony were getting in a vehicle as you were arriving.
Correct.
So you observed Harmony for all of 10 seconds, right?
Thereabouts, yeah.
30, 40 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
You were in your car still at the time.
Yes.
But you did have a longer visit approximately a week later, correct?
Yes.
That was August 7th?
Yes.
You went inside the residence?
I did.
And it sounds like you spoke with Adam, but you also spoke with Harmony.
I did.
Your general or preferred practice is to try and meet with the kid alone, correct?
Correct.
But that doesn't always happen.
Correct.
Sometimes there is a parent there.
Sometimes there's a parent there.
Or in the next room.
Or in the next room.
And you don't have any specific recollection regarding whether anybody was present when you spoke with Harmony.
I don't recall that.
But you were able to visually see Harmony, right?
Yes.
And you noticed a little bit of red in her right eye?
I can't remember if it was a right or left eye, but it was one of the eyes.
In one eye. There was some redness?
Yes.
Faded bruising as well?
Yeah, I'd refer to it as like a faint red mark and then some redness in the eye.
Harmony had her glasses, right?
She did.
She agreed to remove them, right?
Yes.
So that you could look at her.
Yes.
And there's a standard set of questions you ask under these circumstances, right?
I do. I did.
So again, without indicating what the answer was, you would obviously ask her what had happened.
Yes.
And other questions regarding her general safety.
Yes.
Aside from the redness in her eye and the faded bruising, you did not observe anything else concerning regarding Harmony's person or well-being?
I did not.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Just one question for you, Mr. Soros. So, if I understand correctly, you're not sure whether when you spoke with Harmony, if her father was in the room, in another room, or somewhere else?
Correct. I don't recall that.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may this witness be excused?
Any objection? All right, this witness may be excused. Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
As I said, things moved a little more quickly than the parties anticipated today. So we are going to end a little bit earlier today. It's our hope that we're going to go through with a full day tomorrow. So plan accordingly. Get a little. Looks like maybe there's a little bit of nice weather this afternoon, so so you'll get a little additional time. But I'll have you come back at 8:45 tomorrow, with the hope that we will get started on time at 9 a.m. Okay, so please be back at 8:45 tomorrow. Once again, don't discuss the case, not with anybody, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't drive by the locations. You know, if you happen to drive anywhere along the route we were in the other day, yesterday, don't pay any additional attention that you wouldn't ordinarily pay if you were just on your direct route home, okay? Once again, I do anticipate that there is media regarding this case. So turn off all the notifications on your phone. Don't look at the newspaper or the local news, please. Maybe focus on international news if that's what you want to do, but please make sure that you are avoiding any newspaper, online, or other media coverage of this case as we continue the trial. All right? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you tomorrow morning.
All rise for the jury.
Be seated. This is, I guess, a good time for us to take up any housekeeping matters if we have any, in the hopes that, and I don't know, maybe as you look at the witness lists.
I believe the state understands that tonight we'll be trying to get a hold of Attorney Sheehan with regards to that question on Mr. Figueroa. Mr. Figueroa not involved in this on the screen.
Okay.
If I can check it, just a brief moment.
Absolutely.